Good morning. It is 9:30 and time to resume the hearings for the examination of the Greater Norwich Local Plan. This would be a good time to switch mobile phones off or to turn them on to silent. Can everyone hear and see me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Thomas Hatfield. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State, along with Mike Warden, to hold this examination and to produce a report of our conclusions and recommendations with regard to soundness. The Programme Officer for the examination is Annette Feeney, who you are likely to already have had contact with. Outside of the hearing sessions, any contact you make should be through Annette. Today's session relates to Matter 10 and will cover site allocations for less than 500 dwellings that do not currently have planning permission for housing within the key service centres and village clusters. It is not my intention today to cover matters that have already been discussed in the first 2 weeks of the hearings. Instead, the discussion will focus primarily on the site allocations themselves, and as previously stated, we will not be considering the merits of emission sites during the examination. Our guidance note outlines the procedures to be followed at the hearing sessions. This morning's session will run from 9:30 to around 1 o'clock, with a short break taken midway through. The hearings will be in the form of a structured discussion which I shall lead. The agenda will follow the matters, issues and questions that have already been published. The purpose of the hearings is not to cover all matters or concerns that have been raised, as we are already aware of these from the written submissions. The hearings are for us to explore certain matters further to help us to come to our conclusions. There are some issues where we already have sufficient information from the written statements, so there will be little or no discussion on those matters. Please bear this in mind. If you wish to speak on a certain matter, please use the raise hand function on the toolbar and I will come to you at an appropriate time. Can I also ask that participants please give their name and any organisation they represent before speaking for the first time. That will assist me and those watching the sessions online. Finally, there's a potential issue with the online stream today, which we discussed earlier this week. So Annette will be recording the session in Teams as a backup in case we need to upload that later on. However, if the recording is not needed, it will be deleted in accordance with data protection regulations. Okay, before we move on to the agenda, can I just ask the partnership to introduce their team for today, please? Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Samantha Jones and I'm a representative of the GNLP team. Today I'm going to have with me Phil Morris, who is going to be assisting me.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
And we also have Richard Dolman and Dave Wilson from the Highways that will also be asked upon if required.
Okay.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the key service centres today. I'm running through the list as set out under Matter 10. The first site on that list is number N, which is land west of Acle, reference GNLP 0378R and GNLP 2139R. Just to start, could the partnership briefly introduce this site and set out the reasons for its allocation, please? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Annette, did you wish to come in?
Sorry, Inspector. It's just on the Teams meeting. I don't have a camera for Samantha Jones, the GNLP's witness, and I just wanted to check whether you have Samantha Jones on screen.
I do, yes. I can see there's two people on my screen at present. That's Ms. Jones and yourself.
OK, brilliant. OK, it's my end then. OK, thank you.
No worries, thank you. OK, so yes, just to ask the first question, if the partnership could introduce the site, please, and the reasons for its allocation. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, the site is located adjacent to the village boundary and also adjacent to existing allocation ACL 1. It's a key service centre of ACL with a range of services. It's the site that we consider to score the highest and is considered to be a sustainable location for additional development. The location of the two sites together through the development would allow a link road between the sites to allow development between the South North Walsham Road and the Norwich Road.
Okay, thank you. And to what extent did the link road or the provision of the link road guide the allocation of these sites?
I might call upon Dave Wilson to give a response to this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The link road would provide benefit of access from both the north of ACL and northwest, I should say, in addition to Norwich Road at the south of the site. ACL town centre is a busy location, and providing the 2 points of access would aid local distribution of traffic. It also enables the allocation land to better support a quantum of dwellings. We typically seek greater than one access for allocation or for developments of 100 dwellings or more.
Okay. And so would the link road in effect bypass the village centre for traffic moving from, say, north to south?
It could provide that function subject to suitable design, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's been put to me by objectors to the plan that the viability of the link road has not been adequately assessed. Could the partnership respond to that point, please? Thank you.
Sorry, sir. I think I might need to just call upon Dave Wilson again for this one.
Okay. I think just to clarify, the point that's been made more specifically is that obviously the link road will have a cost, and it's whether the development will be able to bear that. That's the thrust of the question, really. Thank you.
My understanding that there hasn't been any viability to this on the site.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, did you wish to add to that point?
Sorry, no, thank you.
Okay.
So
can I just?
Yes. I think although it's a link road, it is essentially just the access road for the site. So the fact that it links to two roads on north and south is a bonus. But I don't think that would. There's nothing characteristic of the road that would challenge the viability of the scheme.
Okay. Okay, thank you. It's also been put to me by the Broads Authority that there should be a specific mention of the dark skies, which, as I understand it, are a characteristic feature of the Broads. Is that something what's the reason for excluding reference to that in the policy at present?
I don't think there's any particular reason why it was excluded, but we have seen this and made a response to it as part of Reg 19, and we would happily include some wording to take a consideration of the dark skies and the location to the Broads Authority.
Just remind me of what your response was at Reg 19 stage. Thank you.
We have said at Reg 19 that no change, but if the inspector is minded to make a change to the policy, could be amended to the sides of proximity to the Broads, including any impact on dark skies as a proposed modification.
Okay. Well, as currently worded, the policy does say development will be expected to address the following specific matters, semicolon, and point 3 is the site's proximity to the Broads. Okay, you've got the Broads' response there. I'd say that's probably one for the partnership. It would fall under the realm of additional modifications if you wish to include that. I don't think it's necessary for soundness. Okay. Okay, a couple of other points on the policy wording. There's a requirement under Part 1 to prepare a master plan to guide development of the two sites. And as currently worded, it says submitted as part of the application for planning permission. Should that say, it says of the application? Well, there are two ownerships as I understand it. So there might not be an application, there might be more than one application, or there might be several applications. So with that in mind, should that clause, Part 1, say something more along the lines of to be submitted as part either with or in advance of the first application for housing the site? For clarity, because there might not be an application, and as currently worded, it says the application for planning permission. Surely you'd want it in advance of the first application.
I think the thought of that would have been that it would have been an outline application for both sites as a master plan. But we understand what you're saying, and I don't think we'd have any issues with making that a change.
Okay, and it might be that that's what you get in time to come, were this allocation to go forward. But given there are two owners, you might get a detailed application at one side of the site. I think for effectiveness, it does need to specify with or in advance of the first application, because there might be multiple applications.
I think just one thing to add, I know that Levels have been working on a master plan jointly with both landowners to come up with one master plan for both sites.
I'd seen that, and that's helpful. But where there are multiple ownerships, I do think it needs to be changed for soundness, just to clarify it's with or in advance of the first planning application, or planning permission, I should say. Okay. Couple of other detailed points regarding the policy wording itself. Part 2 refers to early assessment of the junction, and the A47 at this location is required. 2 points here. Which junction in the first instance, and is that clear? And secondly, does this requirement imply that there are outstanding highways concerns about access, and are those resolved at this stage?
The point of the early A47 early assessment, I know this is something that came through as consultation and was a request from the highways. So I don't know whether I might just call upon Dave to provide an update on this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilson.
Certainly, thank you. The proposal for the access to the south of the site is via a spine road extending from an existing roundabout at the A47 junction. There is a current consent. I believe the site to the east is being implemented that provides access to the roundabout. So that's in place. But the highways would have an expectation that as this site comes forward, it'd be supported by a transport assessment, and that would include assessment of the roundabout to see whether there are any capacity improvements required.
So when it says the junction at present, it in effect refers to the roundabout that's already been put in place. Now I'm just looking at an aerial map of the site, and you can see that the part of the allocation to the east is under construction, at least on the Google Maps images. And a roundabout appears to be in place. So that's where Glover Road meets the roundabout. Is that the junction you're referring to?
I'm not familiar with the road names, but yes, the roundabout is pre-existing. It was provided when the A47 was improved many years ago. Okay.
So from your perspective, it's not an in principle concern. It's that some upgrades to that roundabout might be necessary.
Yes, indeed. Yes, so it would need to be assessed for capacity.
Okay, I think for effectiveness, that clause could probably be tidied up a little bit just to be more precise, because a cold reading of that, early assessment of the junction and the A47 at this location is required. If the concern relates specifically to the roundabout, I'm happy to be, if that is the case, Mr. Wilson, then I think it should just be a bit more precise in its wording, because the junction and the A47 is imprecise, I would say, just so it's absolutely clear what's being required. It's a detailed point, but I think the policy could do with modifying, in fact requires modifying, just to make that point clearer. Okay, thank you. Okay. Part 9 of the policy. My concern with the wording here was that it wasn't clear whether it was a requirement. So as it currently reads, it says off-site requirements may include a footway along the west of Mill Lane, east at South Walsham Road, and other improvements to the highway network. And so as it reads, it isn't clear whether a footway along the west of Mill Lane is indeed required. So is that a requirement or not, is the question to start with. Thank you.
Would you like me to pick that up, Sam?
Sorry, I just froze for a second then. Yes, sorry, I would call upon Mr. Wilson just to provide an update on this.
Okay, thank you. Mill Road provides the most direct pedestrian route to access Acle Town Centre. It isn't of a very high standard, so we wouldn't wish to do anything to encourage vehicular use, but yes, we would certainly seek a footway along its length.
Okay. Again, it's a detailed point, but if it's a requirement, I think the word may implies it's a possibility rather than so, for example, shall would be. Off-site requirement shall include is obviously far clearer in terms of how a development would respond to this policy. So from your perspective, Mr. Wilson, is this a definite requirement that is required to make the proposal acceptable?
Yes, it is. It's most certainly something that we would seek to secure. Okay.
I think in the interest of avoiding a situation at application stage, and obviously you'd hope to not be in that position where a developer says, well, it's may, so it's in effect optional. It's in the realms of encourage rather than require. If you wanted to avoid that scenario, and it is indeed something you believe to be necessary, then I think the word shall rather than may is important to switch. Okay. I think a final point on the policy wording, which is more decent, which is probably a little more. It's less detailed in nature, the comment really, and it relates to the fact that the two ownerships that the link road will need to cross. Should there then be a requirement to provide a phasing plan for its implementation? Because if, as has been set out by the partnership, the link road is an important benefit of this proposal and is a key factor in its allocation, then if you don't have a phasing requirement to install the link road across the two ownerships, what's to stop there being an issue with one part connecting to the other? Recollection, the site promoter proposed a modification along those lines. If you give me a second, I'll call that up. Well, it'll take me a second because I've got so many documents open, but in effect, it was a requirement to have a phasing plan for the installation of the road submitted with the first application. It was along those lines. What's the partnership's view on an addition of that nature to the policy wording?
Yeah, I think the view of the partnership, we would be happy to accept that.
Okay. In which case, I do think that's necessary for soundness. You wouldn't want a situation, or you want to safeguard against the scenario whereby the road isn't delivered because there's an issue of it crossing the ownership boundary. It might be a remote possibility, it might not be, but you don't want to leave it to chance, really. So I'll leave the partnership to construct perhaps an additional clause to the policy to address that point. Okay. That's the limit of my questions on the Acle site. I have visited the site, so an awful lot of the points that have been raised in representations I've been able to take account of in view of being next to the site, and so I don't need to pursue those points any further here today. But if anyone does wish to make any further comments, anything that hasn't already been covered, I'll hear those points now on this slide, please. Thank you. Okay. In which case we'll move on then. The next site is site O, which is land to the east of Beccles Road, Loddon. I have to say at this point, if I mispronounce any of the names of the settlements, please tell me. I know there's nothing more irritating from a local perspective if the name of the settlement is consistently mispronounced. So, and it's an issue across the country, I have to say. So if I mispronounce a settlement, I'm going to go with Loddon here, but if that's wrong, please correct me. Okay, so reference GNLP 0312. Just to start, I understand that a planning application was submitted on this site in November 2021. Is there any further update regarding the application since the hearing statements were submitted? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, an application for 171 dwellings in full and 9 self-build and outline served by 2 access points has been submitted to the council. A duplicate application is also submitted alongside the original application to allow flexibility. I have got Ian Douglas on the call, who is the site promoter, if he wants to add anything further to the time frame.
I think the key factors from my perspective is there a committee date? Has it obviously doesn't sound like it's been approved yet, but just where it's up to would be helpful. Thank you.
Yep, good morning, yeah, Ian Douglas from Landpro. We're instructed by Hopkins Homes, the site promoter, to deal with the promotion of the site and the planning application. The planning application, as you rightly note, has been in since late last year. It's effectively going through the consultation process. The majority of the consultation responses are in, and effectively the applicant is dealing with detailed matters of layout, access, and other issues associated with that. So yeah, it's in the middle effectively of that determination process, with the usual toings and froings that you may have between the applicant and the stat consultees and the council for any sort of significant application that you know of this nature. There's no committee date targeted. We continue to talk to the case officers, you know, about that, but I suspect it's probably still a few good months away before that would happen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful context. A question about the trajectory, first of all. At present, the trajectory assumes 50 completions in 23-24. Is that realistic to start with, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, as the partnership considers this is realistic, we would expect that 6 months post-determination plus 6 months for construction on a determination of the site. So we consider this one to be realistic.
Okay, but 50 dwellings in 23-24 would imply, and that's a full, that's the same number that's in subsequent years, that would imply that you would have completions beginning close to the 1st of April 2023. Obviously the application is not determined yet. We've heard that it's likely to be a few months away. There's then conditions to discharge, construction to be underway. I mean, you set out to me the milestones that would allow 50 dwellings to be completed, with completions coming forward at 1st of April 2023. That would be a helpful starting point, I think. I mean, either the partnership or Mr. Douglas, really. I mean, whoever's best placed to answer the question. Really. It's just understanding the milestones that would need to be hit in order to be delivering completions as of really April of next year.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's not much more I can really add other than what we put into our, you know, the statement of common ground. There's always risk in the planning process, absolutely. As we know, you know, I mean, Hopkins are a well set up developer and able to, you know, deliver a significant number of houses year on year. Yes, I acknowledge there will be the determination process to go through, get a decision and discharge conditions and mobilise for construction. But yeah, I think that's all I can really add at the moment without sort of being able to better crystal ball gaze it than where we're at the moment.
I appreciate it's not an exact science, but equally the trajectory forecasts have to be realistic and be based on at least reasonable assumptions. So I think it does look ambitious. I'll say that for completions to be coming on stream from the 1st of April of next year. But if the partnership wants to defend that position, I'd need to understand the timeframes, the steps that would need to be, or the milestones that need to be hit between now and then to deliver that. So I can understand what that forecast is based on, really. I mean, from your perspective, Mr. Douglas, do you anticipate that you'll be delivering completions from the 1st of April next year?
Yeah, I think. I mean, perhaps we need to sort of go away and have a look at this and come back with a written response on this. I mean, Hopkins were due to be here today, but I mean, yes, they clearly would like to be. I guess it depends on the nature of any planning conditions and getting those discharged. So yeah, it is as I say, I can see why you're asking the question, because it is a potential issue.
I mean, it's in the interest of having an accurate trajectory, really. That's the purpose of the question. I mean, does the partnership want to comment on the questions I've been asking? Or thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we would just like to say that we would be guided by the conversations with the applicant and the developer to produce the trajectory, and it was based on the information available at the time in accordance with the statement of common ground. So the figures that we put in there were based on the best available knowledge at the time. We expect that there might be changes, as Mr. Douglas has mentioned.
Okay. Well, look, the question is, does it get pushed back a year, really? It seems to me that there doesn't seem to me to be a clear justification for why homes, or you haven't, at least none's been presented yet, as to why housing would start to be delivered very early on in the financial year 23-24. It looks ambitious. It looks to me incredibly ambitious, to be honest with you, and a more realistic assumption might be to push that first year of delivery back a year, and then you might have a more realistic projection or forecast of what's likely to happen on this site. I mean, if you've got a clear rationale for justifying the 1st of April 2023 or close to that date, I'm happy to hear it, but I haven't heard one so far. And I'll take a comment from the partnership on that point. It really is a question of when's the first year of completions come in.
Okay, we can look at that and come back to you with a written response.
Yeah, we are happy to look at
a very brief written response. It doesn't need to have an awful lot of detail.
Yeah.
But I am struggling to see how it looks incredibly ambitious. I mean, I've said that, I've made that point already. There's no point labouring it, I guess.
Sure.
A very brief written response, but well, I'll certainly say it looks incredibly ambitious.
Sure. No point taken. Understood. I think we can look at that. I think I guess from our perspective, we've been sort of working through the planning application process, waiting for those responses to come through, and as ever, what is it that you then need to deal with in terms of design modifications and layout changes and detailed matters. So we'll take that away if we can very quickly come back with a short and swift response to inform that position, if that's okay.
It need only be bullet points giving the key milestones. That's all I need. It doesn't need any contextual information. I've read all the statements. Just bullet points of the timescales would be helpful.
Sure. Will do.
Okay. Are there any other comments on this slide? This is a very minor and you might say picky point, and it forms under the realms of additional modifications rather than necessary for soundness. But the policy would look neater if the last point was numbered 7 rather than being without a number. And You can rightly tell me that's not a question of soundness, and it's not, but there we are. Right, okay. I don't have any other detailed comments on the policy. If there are no comments from around the room, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you. Okay. Site P, which is land south of Norwich Road, Hingham. Okay, just to start with, it would be helpful to have a comment from the partnership on the capacity, which is identified as being 80 dwellings, despite the site being 6.92 hectares in size. So I think a brief explanation of how the figure of 80 dwellings was arrived at would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The lower density was taken into account such site constraints such as surface, water and heritage aspects. That is why there's a lower density across this site for the 80 dwelling allocation.
Okay, what specifically is the figure of 80 based on? Where's that come from?
Yes, sir. It was based on discussions between the officers, as Samantha has said. It's the lead local flood authority in particular, and our the district's officers on heritage. So it's just a discussion with the officers on the land that was most likely to be developable, and those aspects of the site that might be best left for other purposes, such as dealing with the surface water flooding. So it was yes, I can only repeat myself. It was based on those internal discussions basically, and it is essentially the minimum that we would expect to accommodate on the site, and the policy does allow for additional growth if those matters can be overcome. So it was a cautious approach, I think, with the 80 dwellings, but given the nature of the site, that was felt to be the best way forward.
Okay, thank you. I think obviously a part of the site is subject to surface water flood risk. My understanding from the SFRA maps, which I'm just calling up now, so give me 1 second, is that the area of the site which is affected is the northwest corner, close to the road and close to the new build estate to the west. That's correct, isn't it? A point that's been made about the surface water flood risk in this location is that obviously the framework has been changed recently, particularly with regards to the sequential test, which up until quite recently, the sequential test, insofar as it relates to flood risk, applied only to fluvial and tidal flooding, whereas the revised framework says that the sequential test now applies to land at risk of all sources of flooding. Given a proportion of this site is at risk of surface water flooding, how does that relate to the sequential test? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would it be possible to come back to you on that one? In terms of the surface water flood cause, we have had a conversation, an update from the LFA that there's been no further floods in Hingham caused by surface water. And I'm understanding that there has been additional reports submitted by the developer in terms of this, but in terms of the sequential test, would it be possible to come back to you on?
Well, I think the point's a simple one, really, is that the sequential test is supposed to come in before any assessment of risk. So you would assess firstly whether there is risk before you would then move on to mitigating any risk, and with the aim of guiding development to land with the lowest risk of flooding. So the sequential test is a planning test. It's not a technical test. It's not one that requires technical flood risk input. I don't see why you'd need to go away and what would be the purpose of going away and coming back? I mean, it's a point that was raised in the reps, so you're aware it was before you.
I think the point here, sir, is that the parts of the site that are developable, you know, as we discussed just now, we've reduced the density of development on the site in order to take out that. So the parts of the site that are developable are not subject to the sequential test, I would imagine. I would think because they are not subject to surface water flooding themselves. I can't see why the entire field would fail a sequential approach when flooding only affects part of it.
Okay. Mr. Maxey, your hand was raised first. Did you wish to come in? And have I pronounced your name correctly there?
You have pronounced it correctly, sir. Yes, I would. I think very much. I represent Clayland Estates, who have other land interests in Hingham. I think we would say that the sequential test has not been taken into account. We have done in our representations, and that is part of the crux of our main objection to this site. That you know, the assessment that was undertaken all through the process has been, in our view, not undertaken objectively. And if it had been undertaken objectively, it would not have reached the conclusions it did, both on sequential test and indeed on allocation. The other point I'd like to make is that the effect of surface water flooding is not just on the site, where you perhaps can mitigate by how you lay the site out and where you place the dwellings, but also in the runoff caused. And we are aware of the town council, who I think Alison wants to speak as well, have got photographic evidence of significant runoff issues affecting Seamere Road and below the hill from the Hops, which was built by the same developer. And we very much think that whilst there have been further reports that say, you know, this is what we can do, it's been fudged by basically writing into the policy saying, you know, further investigation is required as part of the policy. It doesn't solve the issue. There has been runoff from the existing development done by Abels. We believe there would be runoff. And, you know, it's all very well them saying, well, we can design in the system that means there won't be runoff. Frankly, we don't believe them. And I think the evidence from the existing site shows they've got it wrong once. We believe it'll be got wrong again. But certainly on the sequential test point you made, it doesn't meet the sequential test. It therefore should count against it in terms of selection. And that has not been properly taken account of in the assessment. Thank you.
Okay, so just before I go to Mrs. Doe, Mr. Maxey, the issue of runoff. So is the point there that heavy rainfall leads to flows over and above those indicated on the SFRA maps and indeed the Environment Agency's surface water flood risk maps? Is that the point you're making?
On the evidence of what's happened from the existing Hops development, yes, there is photographic evidence of water cascading down the hill through the curtilage of the dwellings at the bottom of the hill and along Seamere Road that is beyond the capacity of the system that's been designed for there. And, you know, the same engineers designed the scheme as are making this report saying it can be solved.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Doe, do you wish to come in?
Yeah, thank you. Hi. Yeah, obviously, if you've read our representation and gone via the links onto our website, you will be able to see that video footage, which not only shows the runoff going down, actually following the path of the public footpath, footpath number 9 that goes down the track onto Seamere Road. There's also footage of it running off the fields, going through residents' properties. And there's also quite good footage panning upwards of the field, so the actual development site. So I think the footage shows that it's not just the bottom of the development site that is affected. The runoff seems to go all the way up the western side of the site, and at the top that does come quite waterlogged as well, and our video footage is on our website for you to see. And I do think, even though we can see that the developer has submitted additional information, we do believe that evidence as in video evidence speaks louder than words on paper. It's there for all to see.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hill.
Morning, sir. Hopefully you can see me now. Ian Hill from Bidwells, representing Able Homes, also joined by Paula Grise from Able Homes. I think first it might be useful just to sort of clarify a few points in relation to comments that have been made in relation to the adjacent development and the impact that that's had. So I think I'll just hand over to Paul to maybe sort of clarify that before we come back to some specific issues relating to the sites.
I think just before you do, briefly, because I'm not here to assess the merits of a scheme that's already been constructed, obviously. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm Paul Grise, Managing Director of Able Homes. I think firstly we would dispute the comments that have been made in relation to the existing development. What is clear is that there is a surface water overland flow route that runs down the boundary between the hops and the proposed allocation site. What fundamentally causes this overland flow route is the fact that the entirety of Norwich Road is not drained. So there is no formal drainage system. So during an exceedingly high rainfall event, that water all runs along the length of Norwich Road, and that's from both directions actually, and then flows both down the field where there is a low point, and it also then flows down Bears Lane, which all accumulates on Seamere Road. So as part of the allocation, the idea is to actually formally drain Norwich Road, which would obviously capture the vast majority of the source of that overland flow. That would then go obviously into a formal drainage system, which would then be able to attenuate said water on site. It would end up into the same drainage network, but obviously at a more controlled rate. And what we are talking about here, of course, is the exceptional rainfall events. What is quite interesting, obviously various representations have been made. I point you in the direction of one that was made as part of the Reg 18C consultation, which states that there hasn't been a sufficient length of time to assess whether or not the surface water system on the adjoining site works properly. Well, I would actually argue that it's been in for well in excess of 5-6 years, during which time there have been some very exceptional rainfall events. And actually there is no system on that site has exacerbated what was an existing surface water drainage issue caused by the lack of a formal drainage system on the highway network in that area. So actually, by putting a formal drainage system in place along Norwich Road, that should improve the situation of those overland flows. And I would just go back to one fundamental point, of course, that the whole site is in flood zone 1, and these areas of which they are along the western boundary form a very small part of the overall allocation, where there's no development being proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, to my mind, there's two separate points here. There's the sequential test issue, which is a planning test, doesn't relate to any technical flood risk issues. And secondly, there is the mitigation point about how to address an issue once the sequential test has been passed. So on the first of those two issues, and it's a question for the partnership really. Did you consider excluding the part of the site at risk of surface water flooding from the allocation, or specifying in the allocation that it shouldn't be developed? Was that something you considered? Purely in sequential test terms. And then secondly, a response to the points that have been raised would be appreciated. Thank you.
I think the approach we've taken is it's better to include the flood risk area within the allocation, because then it can be dealt with through the development. It's certainly not intended, quite clearly, for any development to take place in those flood risk areas. If you think if you advise, would happily countenance that, but it was, I think yeah, it's clearly not the intention to build on the flow route.
I
So-
take the point that it's only a relatively small part of the site, and it's concentrated in a corner of the site. And they were questions rather than prescriptions at this stage. So, but sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Morris.
And as I said, if you think the policy is clearer, if there's more sort of specific policy words around the treatment of that area, then we would happily consider that. In relation to the points that have been raised, we are obviously guided by our technical consultees, the LLFA, who we've been back to on these points, and what we've heard from the developer is that these issues can be improved, not just resolved. So we're very comfortable that this site meets the test.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Your hand's raised. Is that from before, or did you wish to make another point?
Sorry, that's a legacy hand. Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. Okay. I mean, we'll come on to the detailed policy wording in a moment, or later in the discussion. We can perhaps revisit the issue of what the policy says then. Okay, I think I've probably heard all I need to on the issue of flood risk for now. Moving on to the issue of highways issues. Are the Highway Authority now satisfied that a safe and suitable access can be achieved given the position and presence of protected trees along the frontage? Thank you.
Thank you, Seb. Yes, well, I think we are confident that the footpath could be provided in and around the TPOs, and highways are confident that the policy as worded is achievable. I don't know if Mr. Wilson, sorry, would like to provide any update on that.
Just before you respond, Mr. Wilson, I think my question is coming from having read the site selection booklets and the Highway Authority comments at that stage, which appeared to be a little ambivalent about the ability to secure the visibility displays and retain the trees. So it's whether you're now comfortable that position is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In considering the site, we did look at the position of the trees, and it's our view that with a suitable design, there shouldn't be a difficulty with providing appropriate visibility displays at the accesses.
Okay, thank you. In addition, obviously there's no footpath along this side of the road westbound towards the centre of the settlement, and a route has been highlighted to me through the recently constructed development to the west. Is that not a reasonably circuitous route rather than a direct route for pedestrians?
Yes, I suppose that view could be taken. Our primary concern, of course, is with providing walking access to the catchment primary school, which is achievable via the footway network at the north side of the B1108 in a reasonably direct route.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Doe, did you wish to come in?
Yeah, I do. The lesson learnt when the hops was built, that part of the conditioning of the hops that a second pedestrian island would be installed. Of course, when it came to actually putting that in on the ground, it wasn't possible because of the existence of TPO trees, and they realised that there wasn't sufficient space. Now, our concern is that when it comes to working on the ground, the same issue is there. The TPOs are still there all along that row, and we are concerned that once it comes to actually doing the build, that they will realise that there isn't sufficient access and the TPO trees will be lost.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maxey, do you wish to come in?
Yes, please, sir. I think on all these highway issues, again, it comes back to, in our view, assessment originally of the site was not carried out in an objective way. Whether it's a question of, you know, a policy that says active frontages along Norwich Road, which clearly won't be achievable with all the TPO trees. If it says a footpath right across the frontage, which clearly isn't achievable, we accept there will be possible to get a footpath somewhere within the site, but not, you know, achieving matters that are set out in the policy as part of the policy requirements. Similarly, in terms of walk to town centre, walk to school routes, you know, they can be mitigated. There are routes that can be achieved, but from Norwich Road to walk to the centre of the town, you will need to cross to the northern side of Norwich Road for a section. As you approach the market square, you come to a very, very narrow footpath, less than half a metre, that I wouldn't want to walk along. So you've then got to cross a second time with no proposed mitigation to provide that crossing. And, you know, other sites that were reasonable alternatives, which I appreciate we're not considering today, were ruled out on the basis of, you know, no direct linkage. There's not a direct linkage here. It's been assessed in a way and policies put in that say, well, sort that out at policy stage or at application stage, that does not consider all the reasonable alternatives in a consistent objective basis.
Okay, thank you. One of the things myself and Mr. Warden will do when we visit this site, it's one of the sites we haven't visited yet, but which we intend to, is we'll walk that route and see it for ourselves, so we can take that point on board at that time. Mr. Hill, did you wish to come in?
Thank you. Very, very brief point, because it is covered in our Regulation 19 submission, but I think in terms of the impact on the TPOs, in terms of the access, we provided a detailed plan outlining how that can be delivered, and as has been touched on, that has been agreed with Norfolk County Council Highways, and also within the same submission there is details of the proposed footpath into the town centre, again, which has been drawn up in consultation with Highways, which provides the safe access route to school. None of those mitigation measures are seen as excessive. Say from our point, just to conclude, we think that we can deliver all those policy requirements. So yeah, nothing further to say on that. Thank you.
Okay, and I've seen that access plan appended to your representations. Mrs. Doe, did you wish to come in?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Yeah, part of the submissions from the developer was obviously the policy is to have an additional pedestrian island at the eastern end, at the top end near the industrial area, which we do not think is feasible. We don't think it's safe. I have recently had an email conversation with Highways, and they were a little bit dubious as well. But there is an alternative route that has been pointed out, that access could be going through the existing HOTS development to the existing pedestrian island. However, if pedestrians are forced to walk that way to get access to the existing pedestrian island, they would be forced to walk through side roads of the HOTS development, which do not have pavements. Cars do park along those side roads, so therefore you would be forcing pedestrians to actually walk in the middle of the road, which we just do not think is acceptable. And we undertook a survey from people in the HOPS as part of our, just before we did our Reg 19 submissions, to try and get evidence as to how people within the existing development found the access into town. Many of which said that they found the access into town very difficult, having to cross the road twice within a very short space of time just to get to the co-op. 3 times to get to the pharmacy, 4 times to get to the Lincoln Hall, which is the village hall, and the library, and it's the furthest walking route away from the sports facilities. So we are concerned that the pedestrian links from the site are just not adequate, and haven't really been properly assessed.
Okay, thank you. And as I mentioned, I think that's one of the category of issues that is probably best viewed on the ground by myself and Mr. Warden when we go. So I don't need a response from the partnership on that particular point. Myself and Mr. Warden will walk that route and come to our own view. Mr. Hill, did you wish to come in? Thank you.
It's actually myself, Paul Grise. Really just a point of clarity in relation to the island. the design that has been put in place has actually been the subject of an independent safety audit, which has confirmed that it can be accommodated in the position that is being proposed. As part of that, it's been fully tested with vehicle tracing to ensure that vehicles can turn into the industrial area to the north of Norwich Road. So we are entirely comfortable that that is fully deliverable in accordance with the drawing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the partnership wish to respond to any of the points that have been raised?
No, I don't think we have anything further to add on that.
Ms. Jones, your audio was very faint there. I think it might just be try again. It might just be an issue of the perfect. That's fine now. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think we'd have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay. As I've alluded to, myself and Mr. Warden will walk that route. Another point I wanted to make really is I'm aware that a number of representatives have highlighted the issue of views of the church tower from various points. Again, that's something myself and Mr. Warden will take that map with us and view it from those points, and we'll come to our own view on our visit. So I don't think there's any merit in discussing that particular matter further here in the hearing sessions. Okay, Ms. Doe, did your hand go up briefly then? Or is that a legacy hand?
No, it did. I do think it is important to mention the long views of the church, because this was a consideration in the hops when the hops was built.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm not saying it's not important. The point is, I have the drawings before us and I have the viewpoints that have been suggested. I think the most useful thing we can do is go and view it ourselves from those positions with the drawings in our hands.
Yeah,
rather than discuss it in the context of the hearings.
I just wanted to make the point that the heritage assets that have been considered, they have omitted the Grade 1 listed building, which is St Andrew's Church. So other heritage assets have been discussed and considered within the policy. However, the church has been completely omitted. However, it was a consideration for the adjacent hop site.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay. In terms of the trajectory, at present that assumes 35 completions in 23-24. It's a similar observation to that which we had before, is that it implies by having 35 in the first year that completions will be delivered on or close to the 1st of April 2023. So the question is that justified, and what milestones does it assume? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, the trajectory was based on a blended approach based on the information available at the time. And the statement of common ground submitted, I think it suggested that it was based on adoption of the plan in 2022. So whilst we recognise that delivery could happen within a 5-year period, we do expect that it could slip by a year for the first 35 dwellings to be 24-25.
Well, there's no application, except there's no application, is there? I mean, on the site we were discussing before, there was an application pending consideration. Here, there's no application pending consideration. I see Mr. Hill's hand is raised. I'll take a comment from him perhaps before we go on. Thank you.
That's fine. Sorry, it's Paul Grise again. Since just referring back to the statement of common ground, actually refer to the first legal completions in calendar year 2024. So our approximate timeframes from an application towards the tail end of the summer, with approval, say May, June 2023, with a launch on site later on that year. So we would actually say that delivery of units would be probably Q2 2024, so actually be 2024-2025 in terms of delivery year. So and based on the sales rates and level of inquiries from the adjoining site, we've put in 35 units a year. Actually, we believe that it could be slightly higher than that given the current rates of demand.
Okay. So you're preparing an application at present. Is that the situation? You're in the process of
That's
preparing?
correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think as a minimum, it needs to be pushed back 1 year.
Agreed.
And then again, the issue with having the 35 in, I mean, you always have this issue if you're assuming a full year of delivery in the first year, then in effect you're assuming completions really from April onwards. And I think one thing that was noteworthy when we were looking at the trend analysis that Halsbury Homes had done the other day is that in almost every site that they had picked up, the first year of delivery was lower. And often that's simply going to be a reflection of the fact that completions aren't going to come on at the 1st of April. In most cases, they'll come partway through a financial year. Okay. That's just me thinking out loud. I think as a minimum that needs to be pushed back at least 1 year, potentially 2, but certainly 1 year. Okay, if we turn to the policy wording now, I've got a few detailed comments and I'm happy to take comments as we go through the policy. So part 2, and this is a detailed point, but I think it's one that goes to clarity really. Part 2 refers to an active frontage along Norwich Road. Now, the term active frontage is usually used in planning context for shop frontages or other commercial frontages in a town or district or local centre. That's certainly how I've come across it before in the past, the term active frontage. It means something quite different than, for example, houses fronting onto a road, which I think is what the policy is trying to require. So for clarity, should it say something along the lines of properties fronting onto Norwich Road rather than using that term active frontage, which could be ambiguous?
Yeah, I don't see why we would have an issue with that change.
Okay, I think it's necessary for clarity, but it is a detailed point. Okay, I think linking to a point that was made earlier, actually, and I've got it on my list of things to raise. How does that requirement relate to the need to retain protected trees along the site frontage? Because that's another requirement of this policy.
I think given the frontage type development for the TPOs, we consider that the footpath could be provided within the site boundary still, and those trees could be protected.
Yes, but the issue is of an active frontage or properties fronting along Norwich Road. And I know that where that requirement's been included in other policies, it's been with the aim of providing, it's been often for highways reasons, to ensure that the motorist is aware they're entering a built-up area. I think the point is about, will you get a frontage footpath? Will you get frontage development if there's a need to set in properties to avoid the belt of protected trees? And that was certainly, I think, the point that was raised earlier before. I think it was by Mr. Maxey.
Yeah, we think that it can be designed within an active frontage.
Mr. Maxey, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. I think it goes down to what is meant by active frontage, because I think it is quite clearly not achievable to have, as you have said, a footpath right at the front of the site because of the protected trees. It's also not achievable to have accesses onto Norwich Road. And I think when the active frontage concept was raised, it was with the view that because there are minor accesses there, it does make motorists slow down. You quite clearly, with the trees that are there, can't achieve the visibility other than at the main access point to have a multiplicity of accesses from Norwich Road into housing. So the best you're going to be able to achieve is houses that front towards Norwich Road, so they appear to be alongside the road, but all access to them will be rear access, and a footpath will certainly not be on the frontage.
So in effect, Mr. Maxey, you're saying that there'll need to be a single road in, and the properties will need to take access from that road rather than from Norwich Road itself. There won't be a multiplicity of individual access points along the road. Is that the point you're making?
The point I'm making is I don't think with the trees there you can achieve visibility to have a multiplicity of accesses.
Okay.
I accept that that Abels have shown a site where they can put a road access which can achieve visibility, but that's the only place they can put it to achieve visibility. So you're going to have substandard accesses if you try and insert any more at other points, which would, you know, conflict with the TPO trees.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Doe, did you wish to come in?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Yeah, the active frontage, I think that was something that was coming from highways, that they wish to have an active frontage in order to try to slow the traffic down. Obviously, there's absolutely no evidence that that would work. But in order to gain this active frontage, their proposal is to remove the hedge, which is in contrary to the South Norfolk Development Management policies, which says that they deem in favour of retaining important hedgerows. Now, that hedgerow along that boundary is deemed an important hedgerow. It's the same boundary hedge that was a consideration when the Hops was built. The boundary hedge runs along that Norwich Road. Admittedly, some of it has since been removed for the current site, but there is still quite a large area of hedgerow which, according to the South Norfolk Council development policies, should be retained.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hill, did you wish to come in?
Yeah, just to clarify a brief point, and Paul, I don't know if you want to pick this up, but essentially clarifying what it's not deemed as an important hedgerow. We've got that in a pre-application response from South Norfolk, so I think it's just clarifying that point. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, but I've spoken to the hedgerow officer who has advised me that it would be deemed an important hedgerow. So,
okay. All comments to me, please, in the first instance. Does the partnership wish to respond to the points that have been raised? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just in the first instance, that we wouldn't anticipate there to be multiple access points coming off the development. I don't have anything further to add in terms of the active frontages, and the hedgerow comment. We are not aware that it's a priority hedge.
As I understand the point that's been raised, is that if I've understood it correctly, and I'm happy to be corrected if I've misunderstood, the point that's been made is that because of the protected trees, you couldn't get good enough visibility from if you couldn't have individual properties fronting directly onto Norwich Road, because the point at which vehicles leaving the driveways entered the road, there wouldn't be good enough visibility because of the trees. Therefore, those properties or any properties fronting Norwich Road would need to be set back behind an estate road. That's the point that I understand was being raised by Mr. Maxey. Is that correct, Mr. Maxey?
So they'd either need to be set back behind an estate road, or they'd need to be rear access from vehicular point of view, with a footpath between them and the road stroke hedge stroke trees, but not with individual driveways traditionally coming to the front of the property. Okay.
I mean, I think the detailed point is, I think clause number 2 perhaps needs to be reconsidered, or just needs to be rephrased to reflect that, because, and perhaps it just simply needs to say orientated towards Norwich Road. So that's the detailed point. I think the broader concern that's been raised is that if highways consider that necessary to create a sense of arrival within a settlement, then it might be harder to achieve that because of the fact that properties would need to be set back. So the detailed point's easy to tweak in terms of the policy wording, but the more substantive point, it'd be helpful to have a response from the partnership on. Thank you.
I think the issues that have been raised are really matters of detailed design. I mean, as you said, as you've advised, so the policy can just talk about the sites, the development, not fronting the road itself, but orientated towards the road. It's a large site. There's a long frontage. I'm sure there are design opportunities to create a gateway effect at the sort of Norwich end of the road, and as I say, I think these are largely matters of detailed design. The policy sets the scene. It sets the scene for a development that creates a gateway. I don't think that gateway requires development to be rigidly lined up along the road along its entire length. What we do want is a footpath along its entire length, and the visual clues that you're entering a built-up area of the village. So yes, I think these are matters to be resolved at the DM stage.
Okay, thank you. Part 3 of the policy, which states provision of an adequate visibility display incorporating footways to be provided along the whole frontage. Is this part of the policy conflating visibility displays and footway provision? Because provision of adequate visibility display incorporating footways, well, they're two separate issues, really. And secondly, do you want a visibility display incorporating the whole frontage, and is that necessary for highway safety purposes? Because it says across the whole frontage there, the entire site frontage. So response to that detailed point from the partnership, please.
Thank you. I'll just bring in to Mr. Wilson to just provide a response to this, if I may.
Thank you. So yes, I understand the question. The provision of visibility displays for site access is obviously an absolute requirement that ensures safety of the operation of the highway. We certainly would seek a footway running along the entire frontage of the site. Doesn't necessarily need to be curbside where that can't be achieved due to the presence of TPOs. Local diversions might be appropriate. One of the tools that we tend to use in highway design is provision of footways where visibility displays are required. That ensures that the visibility display is provided in perpetuity, unobstructed.
Okay, well, that's fine if that's the aim. I think part 3 of the policy perhaps needs modifying in terms of its wording, just to make that clear, because I think as presently worded, if that's the aim, that's understandable. I think as presently worded, it conflates visibility displays with footways, and it is unclear in the way it's worded. So if the partnership could just reflect on that point, perhaps reword part 3. And as I've said elsewhere, with policies, detailed policy wording where we've made, myself and Mr. Warden have made detailed comments, we're happy to have sight of an early draft if that's helpful for the partnership. Okay, I'll leave that one with the partnership then. Part 6 is the part of the policy that relates to surface water flooding. First question on that part of the policy is, what does further investigation mean? So mitigation and further investigation with regards to the site's susceptibility to surface water flooding. What further investigation is envisaged? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The point of that policy is to make sure that the issues that are raised are appropriately addressed and mitigated against in the scheme.
I understand the purpose. It's more the effectiveness of that particular wording. There's been presumably an awful lot of, there is an awful lot of information about surface water on the site. Obviously, you'd want a full flood risk assessment at application stage. I think it's the clarity of that clause again, and I think there's also the issue mentioned by Mr. Morris before, and by the land promoter, that this site would deliver an improvement to the existing situation. If that's the promise, does that need to be required through policy? Is another question.
Yes, I mean, that is what it's intended to say. So perhaps if that is needed to be made clearer, then we can do so.
And whether it needs to say avoid areas of surface water flow paths, avoid development in. I think my concern with this is that there's a few concerns. I think I'm not entirely happy with the wording at present because I don't think it's clear. It's not clear what further investigation means. If there's a benefit to be to be offered and for benefit that's being put forward in terms of improving an existing situation, does that need to be mentioned in the policy? Because otherwise that might not be something that materialises at application stage if it's not a requirement of the policy. And going back to the point about sequential test, should that section of the policy be specifying avoidance of surface water flow routes? Questions for the partnership, please. Thank you.
The partnership would agree with those points made, and we will go away and make an update to that policy to make it clearer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maxey.
So without wishing to repeat what's already been said, we would say it goes to the soundness of the whole allocation. If one is looking to allocate a site where there are known flood issues that need mitigation and where there is not compliance with sequential test. And I appreciate you're talking about the detail of the plan, but we think it goes much further than that. Thank you.
Okay. And that point's understood, Mr. Maxey, but you'll understand from my perspective, when I have a policy before me, on a without prejudice basis, we'll be doing the same for every site-specific policy, is going through the detail, in addition to reflecting on the principle, which myself and Mr. Warden will do on each site.
I understand that entirely, sir, and I think the questions you're asking of the partnership and the promoter are very material ones that need to be bottomed out to avoid the sort of situation that's currently happening with runoff.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had in relation to the Hingham site. Obviously, there's things myself and Mr. Warden will need to view on site when we visit it in a few weeks' time. Are there any further comments on this site before we move on? Mrs. Dale, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate the issue with the policy regarding the pedestrian refuge in the proximity of Ironside Way, purely because of the massive HGV long base lorries that do go in and out of the industrial area, and I have stood and watched them, and they have to swing right out, and it does take them several meters to then straighten up and get back onto their side of the road. And our concern is that any pedestrian refuge in that vicinity between those two access points to the industrial area will be probably obliterated by the HGVs. And also from the pedestrian point of view, if you are crossing from that south side of Norwich Road at a pedestrian island located between those two access points, you are putting yourself behind a blind bend. Because of the end property that's on that road, there's a blind bend around there, and our concern is pedestrian safety. When you put in a pedestrian island, you are telling people it's safe to cross. But if you're putting people behind a blind bend that doesn't have adequate visibility, I mean, you have to assess people that people will use it with visual impairment, hearing impairment, with children, with dogs, hands full. It's quite a complex issue that we are very concerned about.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a response from the Highway Authority to those points, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course. It appears that there is sufficient space between the trees to enable a crossing and associated road widening. Any requirements to deliver works within the highway would be subjected to or subject of a Section 278 agreement with Norfolk County Council's Highway Authority. Leading up to the agreement, we would require any proposals to go through a formal technical review process. That would include assessment of forward visibility to any crossing facility. It would also include a stage 2 road safety audit.
Right, but that would be at the stage of application stage.
Yes, it would. Sorry.
And obviously, it's a requirement of the policy that a pedestrian refuge in the proximity of Ironside Way is provided. So in order for it to be a sound requirement, you must be at least confident it can be achieved, rather than deferring that to the application stage and it being left in uncertainty.
Yeah, I understand. Apologies. Looking, Mr. Hill obviously wishes to contribute. I believe Abel's have provided a highway plan showing vehicle tracking, and I presume that they have also looked at forward visibility. Hopefully you'll be able to explain. But it does appear to me, looking at the information I have available to me, that an appropriate facility would be achievable.
Okay, I'll take a comment from the site promoter then. Thank you.
Go on, yeah, and just to sort of add to what Mr. Wilson said, and I think has already been commented on this morning, you know, the plans showing the access arrangements for the site are submitted as part of the representations, and that does include a safety audit as well. So I know that was comment was made earlier, but thought we'd just clarify that. Nothing else to add otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. That concludes my questions on that site, and I think we'll move on now. Just in the interest of time, it's coming up at 10 to 11, and whilst we have, I mean, there's 3 sites left to cover. So there's the Langley Road, Chedgrave, that is adjacent to Norwich Camping and Leisure, Yarmouth Road, Blowfield, and there's the other Hingham site. I think the other Hingham site will be reasonably quick, and whilst we have Hingham Town Council on the line, it might be best to cover that before the mid-morning break, and then we'll break around 11. So if we can just skip ahead briefly to site S, which is land north of Springfield Way, west of Dereham Road, Hingham. It's straightforward because it appears the landowners wish to withdraw this site. That's my understanding. Is that the partnership's understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does it therefore follow that it therefore follows it's no longer available?
Yes.
Is the partnership therefore proposing to modify the plan to delete reference to this site?
Yes, that is the intention.
Okay, I think that's the only route. If the site's not available, then it should be removed as a main modification, including the site-specific policy. A couple of hands up. Mr. Maxey's hand was raised first. I'll take a comment from him first, and then Mrs. Doe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would concur that there is no option but to remove it if it's not available. But we would say that leaves Hingham short strategically from the target that's been given, and it does mean that there is a full review of Hingham necessary to modify the plan further by suggesting a replacement site. And I'd be interested to hear the partnership's response to that.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Doe?
Yeah, again, probably to echo that point, yes, the site is no longer available. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that some of the policies that were added to that site when it was deemed to be included were actually probably unachievable as regards to highway. The necessity for a path along the west side of Dereham Road to Pottles Alley is not achievable because there isn't the highways land available. A lot of that land is actually in private ownership with brick walls built on it. So it does bring into debate other highway information that's been assigned to the other site within Hingham. And again, what will happen to that allocation of 20 houses within Hingham? We already know from reading the other developers' submissions that they have already put their hands up to take on the 20 houses. But they're wanting to do that on a site that has already been said there's flood mitigation needed and therefore it needs to be a lower density. However, they're putting their hands up saying we'd want to take those 20 houses and add to our site. So it needs to be made absolutely clear what is happening to the 20 houses allocation for that Dereham Road site.
Okay. We're not here to discuss the merits of emission sites. We've made that clear throughout, and were it to be the case that any additional sites were needed to be found, and that would be, it's not something that's known at present. Our findings on that are not yet set. Then that would be a matter for the council to identify those sites. Sorry, the partnership to identify those sites in the first instance. Mr. Maxey, did you wish to come back and make a supplementary point?
One very quick supplementary, sir. The policies that were due to be within 0503 show the level of rigour attached to the original assessment in proposing policies that, as Mrs. Doe has said, were not achievable in highway terms. And that again goes to the heart of our objection that the original assessment was flawed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the partnership want a final comment before we move on?
Thank you, sir. Just like to say that the GNLP allocates a significant number of homes above our housing need, and we consider that the additional housing could be brought forward in the existing preferred allocation. I don't know if this is the point, just to point out that Hingham have also just submitted their neighbourhood plan, which sets out the potential growth of housing. So this could also provide further homes that the Town Council referred to.
Okay, and does that allocate additional sites over and above the sites identified in the GNLP?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say perhaps Mrs. Doe might have a
Yeah, sorry, can I
pulse
just
more than
clarify that? No, we have not submitted our neighbourhood plan, unfortunately. We would have loved to have had a plan in place by now. Unfortunately, we were quite badly advised not to go ahead with the plan a couple of years ago, so we're quite disappointed not to have a plan in place. We're at the early stages of our neighbourhood plan. We have quite literally just had our first steering group meeting, so we haven't submitted our plan. We're not at that stage yet. So just to clarify that point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 10:55 now. We've got 2 more sites to finish in the morning session. I'm going to propose that we. Oh, sorry, Mr. Maxey, did you have a supplementary point to make?
Just so that I'm very concerned to hear the partnership say that they are actually supporting 100 on 0520, which is effectively what Ms. Jones has just said, when they have a policy that says they are looking for around 80. Now, are we considering 0502, which I know we finished with, but I have to go back to, in the light of that comment, as a site for 80 or as a site for 100?
I've moved on from the site policy as well, so just let me call it up on my screen. And can I have a response to the partnership to that point, please?
Yes, thank you, sir. Whilst, the policy does say this will accommodate approximately 80 homes, the policy does allow for more homes may be accommodated subject to an acceptable design. So we consider this to be within the remit of the policy.
Right, and that's a common clause across all of the sites.
Yes.
Site policy, certainly the ones I've been through in preparation for today. That clause is inserted into nearly every site policy, if not all of them. But the figure you're assuming is 80, albeit with the clause beneath it that it could be exceeded if circumstances. Well, I'll not repeat the clause, but there is a clause there that's a common clause. And you aren't proposing to change that in your. You haven't proposed a modification to that.
No, we have not.
Policy. Okay, thank you. I'll take brief comments from Mrs. Doe and Mr. Maxey, and then we'll move on. Mrs. Doe first, please.
Yeah, again, just to reiterate that if those 20 are absorbed within the Norwich Road site, that does remove any element of choice within the town. It puts all your eggs in one basket. And then at the planning stage, if that's found to be not applicable and not possible, then obviously Hingham does lose its choice. It loses its choice completely. So as a town council, we were very much in favour of allocating smaller sites within the town with a greater spread and a slower growth rate to help the town actually accommodate the growth. And we're just very, very concerned that if those 20 are just completely absorbed, where is the choice within the town? And that goes against what the plan is supposed to achieve.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maxey.
Mrs. Doe said much of what I was going to say, so I won't repeat it, but I support her comments entirely. And secondly, given the trajectory and Able saying they're expecting to build 35 to 40 a year, we're going to find that in the first, or by 2026, there won't be any supply of housing in Hingham if it's all in one site and all being delivered very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to propose we break now. It's 10:58, so we're very close to 11 o'clock, which is when we normally break. I'm going to propose we break to 11:30. There are only 2 sites to deal with after the break, and I'd imagine we'd have an earlier break for lunch than the normal 1 o'clock. with the aim of returning slightly earlier at 1:30 for the afternoon session, because there's more sites to deal with in the afternoon. Annette, did you wish to make a further comment? I see you've come on screen.
Sorry, no, Inspector, other than to say that, of course, I'm sure you'd be happy for those who no longer need to be in the meeting to leave at this stage.
Yes, which was one of the reasons for bringing forward the second Hingham site. It was to convenience those who are only concerned with Hingham, really. So if people are satisfied they've dealt with all the issues they wish to, then they're free to leave the session. Okay, well, thank you all for your contributions. We'll break now to 11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's now 11:30 and time to resume the hearing sessions. Okay, before we took a mid-morning break, we made fairly good progress with the sites under the key service centres. So we've dealt with sites N, O, and P, and we also skipped forward to deal with site S, which just leaves Q and R for this morning's session. So site Q being land off Langley Road, Chedgrave. Again, if I mispronounce any of these place names, please correct me. Okay, so site Q then, GNLP, reference GNLP 0463R. Question for the partnership to start. The statement of common ground for this site states that a planning application is likely to be submitted in November 2021. Is there any further update regarding this, and has that application indeed landed? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, an application has been made on site in February 2022. It's for an outline for 76 dwellings with all matters reserved apart from access. At the moment, the outline determination date is the 10th of May 2022. I can confirm that it's the exact same boundary that has been submitted for the application as the allocation.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. One of the questions I had regarding this site is the notional capacity, which is only 60 dwellings, despite the site being 5.6 hectares in size. How was the figure of 60 dwellings arrived at? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Given that the site is constrained through site levels to the southern part of the site, which is being put forward for open space, that is why we are having a lower density on this site, and where 60 dwellings is for the most developable part of the land. So that's why we have allocated this site for 60 dwellings.
Okay, thank you. The trajectory assumes 30 completions in the financial year 23-24. A similar point to what I've already raised, really. In assuming 30 dwellings in that financial year, in effect, you're assuming completions coming on stream from fairly close to 1st of April 2023. So is that realistic? And if so, what would the milestones that would need to be hit in order to achieve it?
Thank you. I think we would expect this to slip again as before. As mentioned, the trajectory has been a blended approach between the information available and the statement of common ground. So for this one, we would expect some delivery in 2024, but it's realistic to expect housing to be first delivered in 25 to 26.
So you'd have the first year of completions 20. So sorry, just so I'm clear. So the first year of completions would be 24-25. Is that what you're saying? With the final year 25-26. Is that?
The first year, we expect some delivery, but I mean, we could be slightly optimistic there. But so it'd be safe to say that it would be 25 to 26 is more realistic for the delivery of the homes.
So push back 2 years, effectively.
Effectively, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clark, you've got your hand raised. Do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Paul Clark. I'm head of planning at Brown & Co, and I'm representing the landowners and the promoters for this particular site. In terms of delivery, we were anticipating our outline application going to committee in summer of 2022, if possible. At the same time, and this is where I slightly differ from the Lichfield approach, is we don't go in a sequential approach. We've got things happening in parallel. We've had very significant interest in our particular site, and we anticipate a sale on or about the same time as the application is gone to committee or the Section 106 is completed. We know that some of those developers who are interested in our site are already preparing reserve matters, if you like, because they need to work out precisely what they're going to put on the site in order to make an offer to the landowners. So whilst there may be some pushback. We've been on this particular site since 2018, and we've looked at all the issues relating to this site, so we're anticipating hopefully an early delivery if possible. Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful. I picked up from your Regulation 19 response that you were a land promoter rather than a house builder. Would you anticipate then, assuming the application is approved, sale to a house builder, so back end of 2022? Is that fair to say, Mr. Clark?
I think it's going to be earlier than that, sir. We think we may well be looking for a sale earlier than the end of 22. Definitely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. I think 23-24 is clearly not. It's overly ambitious, and I think the timeframes you outlined before, Ms. Jones, were perhaps more cautious in nature and more realistic. If you're content to proceed with that, I think that's the change to the trajectory that needs to be made. I suppose the only other question in terms of timing is the policies do indicate that highway improvement works might be required, and has that been factored in to the timings? That was the question I had. But if you're pushing it back 2 years, I suppose that would be captured by that increased time frame. Okay. Okay. We'll move on to discuss the policy wording now then. Part 1 of the policy refers to a design brief for landscape impacts. What is meant by design brief in this context? Do you envisage that being a separate document? I'd just be helpful to understand the thinking behind that requirement in the first instance. Thank you.
I think there are some sensitivities around the landscaping of the site, sir, and so it's the intention of the policy is simply to draw attention to the need to address that, and a design brief would be helpful to do that. I don't know if you've visited the site yet, but when you do, you'll see, as I say, it's right on the edge of the village and is reasonably visible from surrounding areas. So design will be very significant issue for this site. So that was the intention of those words.
I understand that point. It's specifically the term design brief, really. It's what's meant by that. Mr. Clark, you've got your hand raised. I'm not sure if you can shed some light on that point. Thank you. Mr. Clark, you've frozen for me. I'm not sure if others as well.
Hello.
Mr. Clark, I'm sorry to stop you. Your audio and your visual, your video froze completely for a second there. Annette, was that the case for everyone else? I can hear you now. Did everyone else? Did Mr. Clark's audio and video freeze for everyone else?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I can hear you again now, Mr. Clark. Try again. If we have problems again, okay. It often helps just to turn the camera off in terms of reducing the bandwidth requirements.
Just to advise you, sir, we have been involved with the site for some time. We have had landscape consultants employed, and they've submitted an LVIA as part of the outline planning application that's now before the council. So we've actually framed the development. It's been a landscape-led exercise, if you like, to ensure that the development marries into the site that's been chosen. That's all, sir.
Are you content, Mr. Clark, with the requirement at part 1, a design brief for landscape impacts will be required? That's clear from your perspective in formulating your application.
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. I'm content for that to stay in them. Detailed points on part 6 of the policy. Reference is made to a transport survey will be required. Again, it's a detailed point, but does that mean a transport assessment? Because surveys are usually something different from a transport assessment. It's a question for the partnership, please.
Thank you, sir. In reference to that point, it should state a transport statement rather than survey.
Okay.
So that's something that we would look to make the change.
Yes, I think that needs to be modified, because survey usually means something quite specific, and it struck me reading the highways comments that something quite different from what's needed here. If you'd picked that up separately, then I think a modification on those lines is necessary for clarity. Thank you. Okay. Part 7, visibility improvement and frontage development at Langley Road to the north. What's that requirement trying to achieve? It'd be helpful to understand the thinking behind it. Thank you.
Would you like me to respond, Sam?
Sorry. Yes, I would just bring Mr. Wilson in on this.
Yes, thank you, sir. Langley Road has constrained forward visibility in places, as do some of the side roads between the development site and Loddon, which is the nearest major settlement. So that the transport statement should pick up whether the available visibility is adequate and whether improvement is required. But I'd anticipate any improvements should be achievable within the highway or within the development land.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. It was just a point of clarification, really, but that's addressed my concern.
Thank you.
A related point, I suppose, is part 9. Carriageway widening may be required at Langley Lane. My concern is when you use terminology, as we discussed before, such as may be required rather than is required or shall be required, it becomes in effect an optional thing, or something that's encouraged rather than required. So from your perspective, Mr. Wilson, is it a requirement to widen Langley Lane carriageway there, or is that something that would be only fully determined once the transport statement has been produced?
I would view it to be a safety requirement to widen the carriageway to a minimum of 5.5 metres at the site frontage. That's on the basis of the minimum required width for safe two-way traffic.
In which case, I think it shouldn't say maybe, it should say shall be. And if you wish to specify the width, if there's more specificity required to address that particular safety concern, then in modifying that part of the policy, it might be helpful to spell that out. And that would be a main modification, I'd say, rather than additional modification.
Thank you.
Okay. That's my questions for this site concluded. Are there any other comments anyone wishes to make on this site? Okay, in which case we'll move on then. The final site to discuss this morning is site R in the list, reference GNLP 2161, which is land adjacent to Norwich Camping and Leisure off Yarmouth Road, Blowfield. Let me just quickly call that up on my screen. Okay. Similar question to the last site, really. The statement for common ground for this site indicates that a planning application is planned to be submitted in the financial year 21-22. Is there any further update regarding this? Thank you.
No, there's been no formal application made on the site.
Okay. The site assessment booklet includes concerns raised by development management in relation to conflicts with the delivery and service yard for Norwich Camping and Leisure. Have those concerns now been resolved? I think those concerns related in effect to noise and disturbance from the service yard area to future potential occupiers.
My understanding that no further work has been done to this. I think we would consider this would be dealt with through the planning application stage.
Right, but are there in principle concerns, or is it a detailed matter that only relates to part of the site, or is it a wider concern that applies to a larger proportion of the site?
Development management officers were part of the team that decided to allocate the site. So I think although there may have been some concerns there about this issue, they're not so significant that the site cannot be allocated for the scale of growth required. So I think it's a camping shop. It's not an industrial use. I don't think the noise and disturbance issues will be that significant.
I'm just going to call up the comments. Yes, the comments are: there is a potential conflict with the delivery and service yard for Norwich Camping and Leisure, which needs to be considered should the site go forward for further assessment. The business is a local employer and provides a number of local services. It would not be good planning to compromise its ability to continue operating.
Yes, all I can do is repeat that development management officers continued to be involved in the site allocation process. So I can only assume that they were content that those issues were relatively minor and can be overcome.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. A couple of detailed points regarding the policy wording. Apologies for the slight delays in between my comments. I'm navigating between about 10 different documents here. Okay, part 4 refers to achievability of an appropriate visibility display. Is there any doubt that that could be achieved? And if not, why was that requirement added to the policy?
I think that there is no concerns that this would not be achieved, and this is a requirement from the highways. Again, I'll let Mr. Wilson come in on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure why the policy is phrased in that way. That I don't have any concerns that an acceptable visibility display is achievable. The very worst case that the road is much wider than it needs to be for its current status. It's a former trunk road. So if hedges or trees became an issue that wasn't able to be resolved, it would be possible to narrow the carriageway and gain sufficient visibility that way.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't have a problem with it being in the policy. It was merely the fact that it had been specifically itemised as a clause within the policy here and not elsewhere. It was really to see if there was a problem there. But if you're content from the Highways Authority's perspective, Mr. Wilson, that there isn't, I don't have a problem with that clause being within the policy.
I am content, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Part 5 of the policy says possible alterations of former trunk road. Again, I think that this cross relates to a point I've made on other policies, is that the word possible again means, well, who decides if it's possible or impossible? It implies that it's optional or merely encouraged rather than required. So the question is, are the alterations to the trunk road necessary for this site to go forward, such that it requires a policy requirement, or is it merely something the Highway Authority wish to encourage, depending on the nature of the scheme? Thank you.
Yeah, there is no reason why this would prevent development on the site.
Okay. Where does it stem from, this this clause, Mr. Wilson?
It is something that the Highway Authority would positively encourage. As I touched on a moment ago, the road is a sort of legacy part of the network. It's the former A47 trunk road. It's a wide, high standard piece of road that it's of a standard that's not really appropriate to the setting anymore. So if there were an opportunity to perhaps de-engineer it a little bit, that would be welcomed. So it would help encourage lower traffic speeds and improve highway safety at that location.
But it's within the realms of a nice to have rather than a have to have.
I think that's fair.
Okay. In which case, I think it needs to be clearly labelled as encourage. So, and it needs to be clearer than possible alterations as well. I think at present it's vague and unclear. And in order to remedy that, clause 5 needs to be reworded to say something along the lines of, I'm sure you can think of something better when you go away and think about it, but operations to de-engineer the former trunk road in this location would be encouraged or would be positively encouraged. But if it's in the realm of nice to have rather than have to have, the word encouraged needs to be used rather than required. Okay. And that's, again, a main modification. One to be added to the list. Okay. Part 7. So part 7 requires the trees and hedgerows surrounding the site will be protected, enhanced and incorporated into the scheme. What if some needs to be removed in order to achieve a visibility display? Would that contradict with, for example, part 4 of the policy in any way?
I think that this comes back to the point made by Mr. Wilson, sir, that there's actually possibility to incorporate a visibility display by taking out some of the carriageway, so that it would be envisaged that the trees and hedgerows will be unaffected.
Okay.
But as I say, that's kind of a matter for the detailed design, and not one that I think we could specify at this time.
Where the question is coming from is at present it says the trees and hedgerows surrounding the site will be protected, which implies none shall be lost. The concern came from is if it was necessary to remove 2 or 3, or a small number, let's say, in order to facilitate an acceptable visibility display, and that was then compensated for by additional planting within the site, then that isn't necessarily an unacceptable planning outcome in most instances. But is that policy preventing that outcome, even though it may not be harmful in the round? That's where the question's coming.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. So I think actually a rewording along those lines of compensation within the site for any lost trees would be an acceptable way forward.
Okay. Okay. And like I say, it's in the event an application comes forward and that requires the removal of a small number of trees. You wouldn't want to be running up against clause 7. If I can leave that with you and you can perhaps think about a rewording in order to achieve those ends, that would be helpful. And again, the offer's there should you find it useful to comment on any draft of the policy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. That's all my questions for site GNLP 2161. Are there any other comments anyone wishes to make or questions they wish to put to me? Okay. In which case, we've concluded the sites in the key service centres, and that's this morning's session concluded in relatively good time, which I think lends itself helpfully to the earlier start after lunch at 1:30. So I'm going to propose now we break until 1:30 and come back then to discuss the sites in the village clusters. Okay, so thank you all for your contributions, and I'll see you all again at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 1:30 and time to resume the hearing sessions. Just for those of you who weren't here this morning and are joining now for the first time, a reminder that when participants first speak, if they could give their name and any organisation they represent before speaking for the first time, will assist both me and those people watching sessions online. Okay, we concluded the sites and the key service centres before lunch. We're moving now onto the sites within the village clusters. There's quite a lot to cover this afternoon. There's 16 sites in total, and while I think that's achievable based on the questions I've got to ask, I would ask that people keep their comments focused, and it's unnecessary, for example, to register agreement with someone who's already spoken, or to provide context or an introduction to an issue. Please keep your comments focused on the issue at hand. I've also had a request to deal with one site first to allow for childcare arrangements to be accommodated, which is absolutely fine. So in that regard, I'm going to take a slightly different order and deal with site reference GNLP 0382, which is number DD in the list, and that's land north of, is that Shamrory Lane, South Walsingham. And we'll deal with that site first, and then we'll deal with the rest of the sites in order. So site GNLP 0382. First off, I understand that this site is in the same ownership as site SWA 1 to the north, which is a carried forward allocation from a previous plan. Is that the partnership's understanding as well?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, just to introduce myself, my name is Carol Baker. I'll be representing the GNLP authorities, supported by my colleague Phil Morris this afternoon, and also we have in attendance David Wilson from Norfolk County Council Highways. Yes, it is our understanding that the two sites are in the same land ownership and are planned to be brought forward together as one site.
Okay. Yeah, that was my understanding too, and in that regard, it seemed to me a little unusual that it would be two allocations rather than one. And obviously, you have the first clause in the policy, which is a requirement for a master plan to ensure a cohesive development. Presumably, we haven't obviously gone on to the carried forward allocations yet, but presumably there's a similar requirement in the policy for SWA1. Would it not be simpler to have a single allocation, and then there's no master plan requirement needed to cover any carry across or any infrastructure running through the site between the two parts, particularly seeing as it's in effect a single site in single ownership? Would it not make more sense to have it as a single allocation?
Yes, I would agree, Sarah. I can't see any issue with combining those two sites into a single allocation.
Okay. Does the site promoter have any comments on that approach?
No, I think that would make a lot of sense. Make it simpler all round.
Okay, I think so too. It seems, if we can avoid a situation where there are two separate policies for the same site, then I think we should avoid that situation. So, and also then that in effect means that the requirement for master planning can go. Okay, I'd ask that be made as a main modification. I think it's needed for being effective, and that point will come up again, I think, for a couple of other sites. Okay, a couple of points with regards to the policy wording. Part 1 refers to access onto Burlington Road through the existing SWA1 allocation. However, the response from the partnership to the Reg 19 reps implies that you're open to a modification on that point, or perhaps were prepared to row back from that point and allow an access from the south. Is that the case? Or
our initial response to the Reg 19 representation was that we didn't have an objection in principle, but that was subject to the views of county highways, and further discussions have taken place between ourselves and highways, and I think it's probably appropriate to bring Mr. Wilson in at this point to give the highway view, if that's acceptable.
That's fine, yeah, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. I think the Highways Authority would have some concerns about access via South Horsham Road. It is a B road, it's a major road. Any access to the site would be in close proximity with the Burlingham Road junction. So we would have a focus with slowing, stopping, turning movements at 2 locations. Our preference would be for the policy to be retained as worded.
Okay. Ms. Rajek, it is Rajek, isn't it?
Razek, yes,
Razek.
close enough, yeah.
My wife's got a very Welsh name and gets frequently annoyed when it's mispronounced. So please, it's Rajek, did you say?
Razek.
Razek, right? Okay. Correct me if I get that wrong. Ms.
That's okay.
Razek.
I'm used to it. So, yeah, I mean, we would like there to be flexibility in the policy to allow for access from either end. We have had an independent road safety audit done, and we've had a junction design done for access off Burlingham Road. Sorry, off Chamery Hall Lane, and the road safety audit doesn't have any major issues with that. It just picked up 2 minor points, so it's demonstrating, therefore, that access can be achieved safely from Chamery Hall Lane. So we would like that flexibility within the policy wording to at least have the opportunity to negotiate that with Norfolk County Council at the planning application stage. It seems rather unreasonable to close it down at this stage in the policy wording. We haven't actually seen any evidence from Norfolk County Council or justification other than what's just been said now as to why it can't occur from Chamery Hall Lane. And as I said, our technical evidence demonstrates that it can be provided safely. And yeah, we think that the policy will be more effective if that flexibility is provided.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, have you had sight of the submitted technical information? And do you have a comment on it?
I don't believe we have seen it, but it might have been passed to colleagues.
Okay. Was that appended to the Reg 19 submission, Ms. Razek?
Yes, we have submitted it. Yeah, and I've
apologies.
That's okay.
Obviously, the requirement has to be justified. It's a test of soundness. Obviously, if the Highway Authority hasn't seen the evidence so far, then it's difficult to discuss. That part 1 of the policy will need to be modified anyway if the policy is going to be modified with allocation, or sorry, merged with allocation SWA 1. Could I ask that the Highway Authority review that evidence and perhaps take a view on whether that needs to be retained in light of that evidence when this policy is being modified?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Another point I had was on part 2 of the policy, and that says provision of adequate footpath improvements to ensure a safe and continuous pedestrian route between the development and the school. And then the final line says, which may involve improvements to junctions throughout the village. I think it's the point that was raised before lunch in a couple of sites. The use of the word may implies it's not a requirement or that it's optional. So, and I note what the Highway Authority said in its comments in the site assessment booklet, but I don't like the use of the term which may involve, because that's imprecise and it's unclear, and it's not clear how a development proposal should respond to it. It's not clear whether it's a requirement or whether it's something that's encouraged. There's a couple of ways to approach that depending on how strong the Highway Authority feels about that particular requirement. It could just delete the final sentence, or sorry, the final line, which would just leave it saying provision of adequate footpath improvements to ensure a safe and continuous pedestrian route between the development and the school. And that would leave the detail then to be resolved at application stage. Or if it requires improvements to junctions throughout the village, it probably needs to be a bit firmer than may, because I think may is vague. Are there any comments on that proposed approach or those comments of mine?
From the perspective of the Highway Authority, that there are crossings of side roads that don't meet the appropriate standard for children to work to school. I think we would be happy to go along the lines of a review of walking routes to school and implementation of any agreed measures that have been identified.
Okay. Ms. Razek, do you have any thoughts on that point?
No, that would be satisfactory for us.
Okay. I think wording along the lines you just outlined, Mr. Wilson, I'd be more comfortable with. You've heard my concerns with regards to that final line.
Yes.
Okay. So in modifying this policy, I'll ask that be considered, really.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Those are the only questions I had on this site. Are there any other points anyone wishes to make before we move on?
No, that was everything I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, well, we'll return to the order as listed in the MIQs now then. And so the first site listed under the village clusters is it's number T, and with GNLP, with reference number GNLP 0125R. Let's call that up on my screen. Okay, that's land to the west of West Lane, Horsham St Faith. Question for the partnership first. There's an outstanding objection from Historic England on this site, which is helpfully summarised in the Statement of Common Ground. I've read the partnership's heritage statement. I think the recommendations of that document probably need to be better reflected in the policy, given the number of heritage assets nearby and their standing. There's a Grade 1 listed building nearby. So in my view, Part 4 of the policy does need to be reworded as indicated in the Statement of Common Ground with Historic England for soundness purposes. There's some very specific and helpful recommendations in that heritage statement. I think those need to be incorporated into the policy wording. I think the wording that's in the Statement of Common Ground with Historic England is good. So if that can be added as a main modification, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, we agree to that.
Okay. Part 1 of the policy, provision of frontage footways and carriageway widening. The partnership appears to acknowledge in its response to the Reg 19 consultation that this section of the policy needs to change. Is that the case?
Yes, I think we would agree that the policy can be changed, and there has been some discussions with the site promoter regarding that. I think that the Highway Authority may have a variation on the wording that has been suggested by the promoter that may reflect a similar outcome. So it might be appropriate to bring Mr. Wilson in at this point as well.
That would be helpful for to hear Mr. Wilson's perspective on this point. Mm-hmm. The change I've got that's before me that's suggested in it's Appendix 11B to the Statement of Consultation. It proposes to delete and carriageway widening from that clause, and then inserts, and so then it would just say provision of frontage footways, and then the insertion, unless it can be demonstrated, it is not practical or feasible. Was the different wording you wish to is there anything different from that you wish to add, Mr. Wilson?
I don't think so, thank you, sir. So long as we can retain the requirement for a footway link from the site to the existing settlement. If it can't be achieved at the site frontage, we would be happy to accept an alternative proposal.
Does the footway need to be on the site frontage? And the reason I asked that question before you answer is, this is one of the sites we haven't visited yet. We've, in the main, visited all of the larger sites and the city centre sites, and we plan to visit the smaller sites at a later date. But certainly on the Google Street View image, there appeared to be quite a mature hedgerow along the frontage. And the concept diagram provided by the promoter shows a footway behind the hedgerow. Yes, indeed. The trees were cited as a concern by the promoters, which is
why we've reconsidered our position. Where frontage footway is achievable, that would always be our preference. It conveys the feeling that to drivers that are entering a developed area, and it helps calm down vehicle speeds, puts downward pressure on. It also benefits the wider community beyond the development. So the facility would be available to all users of the highway. It also, if footways are overlooked, it resolves any concern over personal safety, rather than tucking them behind a hedge where walkers might not be so visible and confident in their safety.
Okay, I appreciate the general point, and that's a good design approach to take. I suppose my question here is if you acknowledge, and you might tell me that you don't acknowledge at this stage at least, but if you did acknowledge that the hedgerow and trees needed to be retained, then what would be the purpose of saying provision of frontage footways unless it can be demonstrated that it's not feasible? If you already accepted it might not be feasible in this case.
I think we would wish to see any developer coming forward making their best endeavours to deliver a frontage footway before we agree to an alternative provision.
Okay, fine. In which case, the change in the response to the Reg 19 rep should be a main mod added to the list. Thank you. Part 3, again, this is a highways point, which Mr. Wilson may wish to comment on. It refers to the provision of two vehicular accesses. However, the site promoter has appended an email from a person within the Greater Norwich Local Plans team, which states that this is an error and that only one access would be required. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, so in which case, presumably part 3 should be deleted as a main mod as well. Okay. Are there any other comments on this site that covering matters that haven't yet been picked up? Okay, fine. In which case we'll move on to the next site, which is numbered U on the MIQ list and is reference number GNLP 0264 within the plan, and that's at Dog Lane, Horsford. Is that the correct pronunciation, Horsford?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I will get one of these wrong at some point, so please jump in and correct me the moment I do so. Let me just call that up again on my list. Okay, just a minor point to start with. I mean, I've received the statement of common ground which came through earlier in the week, and that's helpful. However, I think it should probably remain where it is in the trajectory rather than being moved forward. One other point, when I started going through these sites, I was struggling to use the SFRA maps at first. I've since found that in order to trigger the layers, I need to download the maps. It won't allow me to turn the layers on when they're just opening within a browser. But before I worked that out, I quickly checked the Environment Agency's flood map on this site because objectors were raising flood risk issues. And on the latest DA map, it appears to show that the western part of the site is in flood zone 2. Is that something that the partnership was aware of or had picked up?
No, we hadn't picked that up, sir.
Like I say, I only picked it up because I couldn't work the SFRA maps at that point, and I subsequently did work it out, so I haven't necessarily done this for other sites. But for that site, when I was reading through, like I say, it was raised as an issue, so I did quickly check. And I know Environment Agency maps from experience are frequently updated. I'm aware of local planning examinations where they were updated a month before, which caused all manner of problems. So that might be a recent update compared to the maps that the 2017 SFRA was based on.
Okay.
Could the partnership just look into that and see whether the boundary of it didn't affect all of the site. It didn't affect. If you look at the area of the site, and I've got page 430 open on the Part 2 sites plan. There's a part that juts out to the west and then cuts back in again. So there's a, I'm not sure the way to describe it is there's a section to the northwest of the site that sticks out further to the west than the southern half does. It's that top northwest section which seemed to me to be within flood zone 2. If that could just be checked by the partnership, and any necessary amendments to the site boundary which you may be considered necessary, a very, very brief half-page note on that could be fed back, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, we can certainly do that, sir.
Okay. On the subject of flood risk and watercourses, the final section of the policy, which is currently unnumbered but presumably would be point 3 once a tidying up exercise has been undertaken. What's the reason for including, I mean, that requires 20%, a 20 metre, not 20%, 20 metre buffer between the watercourse and the rear gardens of any new properties. What's the reason for a buffer of that width?
I believe that was the requirement in the Environment Agency representation. That's where that policy requirement came from in response to a representation from the Environment Agency. I can double check that though.
That'd be helpful actually, yeah. The reason for the question is when you look at the plan of the site and you see the position of the watercourse. I mean, I understand that the Environment Agency asked for a buffer to be implemented in order to allow them to get their maintenance equipment along, so that should they need to remove a blockage from the watercourse, they can get their equipment and their machines down there. My understanding, although I haven't come across this issue for a few years, is that it was always 8 metres, and I've dealt with it before, which is why I was surprised at 20 metres. So that was point number 1. There seemed to be a discrepancy from certainly the way the Environment Agency used to require a kind of an easement either side of the watercourse. And they would sometimes take a more pragmatic view where they could get down one side but not the other. The other point, which is perhaps a little bit more pertinent, is have you taken that into account on a site of this size in terms of how it might affect the capacity? Because 20 metres from the watercourse before you could even get to a rear garden is quite a big chunk of a site of this size and configuration.
Yes, thank you, sir. In response to your first point, I have just called up the Regulation 19 table of responses, and the 20 metres was the specification required by the Environment Agency. In terms of whether that has been fully taken into account with the area of the site and the number of dwellings, I think we may need to look again at that just to make sure that the site can still accommodate the appropriate number of dwellings, taking into account that requirement.
Okay, because the watercourse itself is about 20 metres from Horsebeck Way, and then there's another 20 metres on the southern side of that. So you're talking about a 40 metre deep chunk of the site from the frontage that would potentially be sterilised by that requirement. I mean, the Environment Agency will know their own regs. Like I say, my recollection, having dealt with this issue on sites before, is that it was an 8 metre buffer. If they now require 20 metres, I haven't come across it for a few years. Maybe it's changed. Maybe that's something to check in revisiting this site.
Yeah.
But I do think that might need to be looked at in terms of the capacity and how you apply. Because if you are in effect taking a 40 metre slice off the northern part of the site, that is going to affect the capacity. So again, if that can be looked at, I don't want anything more than a page on this site, bullet points really, no introduction or context, just addressing these points in a kind of skeletal fashion really. But I think that's something else to look at. Okay, if I can leave that with you then.
Yeah, certainly,
it's
sir.
not something you've considered before.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions on site GNLP 0264. Are there any other comments from around the room? Okay, good. We'll go on to sites listed number V on the MIQ list, which is reference number GNLP 0297, land east of Aylsham Road, Buxton with, is it Lamas?
Lammas, I believe.
Yes, Lammas, okay. It probably wouldn't be llamas, would it? Apologies. Okay, let me call that site up in my list. Right, okay. Again, did some detailed comments on the policy wording for this site. Part 2 at present said lower speed limit will need to be extended. Now, there's obviously a speed limit as you enter the village from the north, and presumably this means that the point at which the lower speed limit kicks in will need to be extended out to reflect the northern expansion via this site. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit will need to be extended to cover the site frontage. Yeah, so extend northwards.
Okay, I just think point 2 needs clarifying. So 30-mile-an-hour speed limit area to be extended to the northern edge of the site, something like that. I think as it's currently worded, it's a little sloppy and vague. So anything that can improve I think it needs to be more precise than it is at present. So along those lines would be necessary for soundness in my view. Part 4 again is I think the wording needs to be changed. And also, given how narrow the frontage onto Elsham Road is, and the need to obviously establish an appropriate visibility display, is it not likely that most, if not all, of that hedgerow will need to be removed in any case, or relocated perhaps? And in which case, should it not say something more on the lines of any loss of trees and hedgerows that are necessary to accommodate a visibility display should be compensated for by new frontage planting within the site? Something like that. Something that if the aim is to maintain the kind of rural feel of that road at the northern entrance to the village, I think 4 needs to be rewritten along those lines, because at present it's vague in a sense. You know, some hedgerow and tree removal likely for visibility. Well, what does likely mean? And that's more of a description than a requirement. It's true that some will be likely to be required for visibility. Some removal is likely to be required for visibility. But if the aim is to preserve the contribution of that planting and to the character of the area, then perhaps it should just say, like I said, any tree and hedgerow loss necessary to accommodate the access shall be compensated for by new frontage planting within the site, and that would achieve the outcome far better than 4 does at present. Again, that's a main mod that would need to be added. Yep. Okay, point 5. I've also got some issues with the wording of this one in terms of clarity. The first point being that landscaping doesn't necessarily mitigate for noise and vibrations, certainly not vibrations. And if the aim is to provide a new landscaped edge to the village, which is obviously understandable in a context such as that, then I think that needs to be reflected in the policy wording, really. So if there's a need to address noise and vibration, that's probably a separate point, rather than tying that to landscape provision, which may or may not help. Depends on the nature of the noise and the nature of the vibration. And there are other measures that might be used which don't relate to landscaping when it comes to noise and vibration. So it might be that you have a separate point that says any noise and vibration issues arising from the railway line shall be addressed as part of any development proposal, something like that. And then landscaping is a separate point. I mean, again, there's reference there to views from nearby public rights of way. So perhaps it should say something like provision of appropriate landscaping to the edges of the site to maintain the rural character of the area. I think there needs to be 2 points, not 1. It's conflating 2 separate issues, and it needs to be more precise in the wording, as I've just set out. So if I can ask the partnership to take those comments away, obviously you'll have the recording of this session and formulate a modification to part 5 on that basis. splitting it in two and making the wording more focused. Okay.
Yes, so that's fine.
Point 6, again, there's an issue with lack of clarity in the wording, and also it implies that the development is contingent on upgrades to the Elsham Water Recycling Centre. What's the thinking behind that requirement, and is it your position that this site, and this applies to other sites we'll get to, can't come forward unless there are upgrades to the Elsham Water Recycling Centre?
I have checked back against the water cycle study for this in terms of the Aylsham Water Recycling Centre. The water cycle study does refer to the fact that the flow permit will be exceeded once all the growth within its catchment is delivered by 2038, and a new permit will then be required. That seems to suggest to me that it can accommodate the development planned up to 2038.
Okay. There was a response, I believe, to a rep. So I'm just looking again at the partnership's response to the Reg 19 responses, and there's a response on page 97 of that document, which is Appendix 11B, site reps and summaries. So there's a representation made by Savills, and the name given in brackets is Lydia Foyas. Apologies if I've got that name pronounced incorrectly. And at the end, potential change to the plan. So if the inspector is minded to make a change to policy requirement number 6, following clarification of evidence in the water cycle study, then the Greater Norwich authorities have no objection in principle to this. I think that's kind of got it the wrong way around, really, in the sense that the requirement has to be justified, particularly if it's saying that development can't come forward until a piece of infrastructure is in place. So if it isn't justified by the water study, then the requirement needs to change the water cycle study. And if there's no objection to in principle to the proposed wording by the site promoter, then to what extent is this a constraint that is as significant as is implied by clause 6? I mean, I'm trying to understand, is it necessary to prevent these sites coming forward until there are upgrades to the Elsham Water Recycling Centre? If it is, then there needs to be clear evidence of that. If it's not, then this requirement and others need to be modified to a different form of wording. From what I just understood of your summary before of the water cycle study, you seem to be of the view that this isn't necessarily as hard a constraint as was implied by criterion 6. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding of what I read in the water cycle study.
Okay. In which case, could a rewording of that criterion and the same criterion that appears for a number of other policies be a modification be considered that achieves what needs to be achieved? I think one of the land promoters suggested, in fact, I've got it here, I copied and pasted into my document. So it was suggested along the lines of utility statement should be submitted to demonstrate how foul water flows from the site will be accommodated, having regard to the findings of the water cycle study. If that achieves the outcome, and I haven't been through the water cycle study in detail from chapter and verse, but if on review of that study you think that this requirement could be softened, then perhaps if I can ask the partnership to take that one away and consider it further, please, that would be helpful.
Yes, we can certainly do that, sir.
Okay, fine. Are there any other comments on this site before we move on? Okay, in which case we'll move on to the site number W in the MIQ list, which is reference GNLP 0293, land east of Gayford Road, Corston. It is Corston, isn't it?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll just call it up on my list. Okay. Similar comment to start with as the first site we discussed today, which was reference DD. This is an extension to an existing allocation, the existing allocation being CAW2. I understand that both sites are in the same ownership. Is that the case?
Yes, they are both in the same ownership.
Okay. In which case, again, similar to the previous site, should it be one allocation, thus obviating the need for a master plan exercise?
Yes, I think we would agree with that.
Okay. In which case, if I could ask the two policies to be merged and the site to become one allocation, and I think that's needed for effectiveness. I don't think it's clearly one site should have one policy. Okay. A couple of detailed comments on the policy wording. Part 3 refers to improvements refers to carriageway improvements to the vehicular access on Elsham Road. But there doesn't appear to be an existing access onto Elsham Road. So what's this requirement seeking to achieve?
If memory serves me correctly, that there was some concern about carriageway width and forward visibility to the east of the access. To be frank, that those are detail matters that would be thrashed out through the development application process in detailed design.
Okay. It might just be a question of modifying the wording to make it clear, because reading that, it says carriageway improvements to the access onto Elsham Road. Well, there isn't an access at present, at least. Again, this is one of the smaller sites I haven't visited yet, but it doesn't appear from the Google Street View image, which is up to August 2021, so quite recent, to be any existing access onto Elsham Road. So if the requirement is that carriageway improvements and a new 2-metre footway along the site frontage, it might just be a question of deleting to the vehicular access on Elsham Road in the sense that there isn't one at present, whereas the wording implies that there is. It's a point of clarity, really, unless I'm missing something.
No, Sarah, I don't think you are. It's possible that the reference relates to a field access rather than a formal access. Okay.
In which case, could the partnership just reflect on that and propose a modification to clarify point 3?
Thank you.
Yes, we can do that, sir.
Also on point 3, the final line says existing connects to the existing footpath will be needed. There's this issue a few times with tenses, and will be needed, how about is needed or shall be needed would just be slightly clearer. Shall be needed would be preferable if that's a requirement.
Yes, we can change that. So.
Okay. Final comment, and again, this will apply to a few sites we'll get to in due course. Part 6 is really not a policy requirement, it's a signposting to another document. It's signposting to the Norfolk Minerals and Waste Core Strategy, in which case I think whilst that's helpful as context, it shouldn't be within the policy text and should be moved to the explanatory text above. That's my view, unless you have a contrary view.
No, we'd be more than happy to move that from the policy to the supporting text.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on site GNLP 0293? Okay, we'll move on to the next site then, which is numbered X on the MIQs and is referenced GNLP 2034, and that's south of Bowlers Close, Freethorpe. Let me just call up my computer. Okay. Again, I've got most of what I need from the hearing statements. So there's a couple of comments on the detailed policy wording here. Policy, part 2 of the policy, avoidance of harm to trees along the southern boundary. I think there's some crossover here with the comments I made this morning in relation to a similar clause for a different site, in the sense that avoidance of harm is very firm and absolute, whereas you might have an acceptable scheme going forwards that involves the removal of 1 or 2 trees, but you get that offset by compensatory planting elsewhere, which could in fact be okay in planning terms, but such a firm requirement would potentially preclude that approach. So how about instead of that, something along the lines of retention of the band of trees along the site's southern boundary? And that would then allow for perhaps the removal of 1 or 2 to facilitate a particular development with compensatory planting within that band or elsewhere.
Yes, we'd be more than happy to make that change.
Okay. And I think the point I mentioned for the Buxton with Lamass site probably equally applies to point 3 here. So again, I'd ask the partnership to reflect on that with regards to capacity of the Freethorpe, in this case, water recycling centre, and whether the water cycle study has any implications for that. Thank you. Okay, any other comments on site 2034? Okay. The next site is listed as Y in the MIQs. It's GNLP Ref 2143. And that's land south of, again, I'm going to get pronunciation here wrong, Leneve Road. I'd be grateful for some help on the pronunciation there to avoid.
I think it's Leneve Road, but I could be wrong.
Mr. Flynn, can you assist in this regard?
No, I can't actually. I'm not promoting the site. I've always described it as Leneve Road, but perhaps the site promoter might have a better idea.
I think it is. Good afternoon, sir. I think it is Leneve Road.
Okay, we'll go with that then. Thank you. Let me just call it up on my list of sites. Okay, this site is in close proximity to a group of listed buildings, including a Grade 1 listed building, and is subject to an outstanding objection from Historic England. To what extent were heritage considerations factored in the decision to allocate this site? Thank you.
Yeah, the historic environment was a consideration through the site assessment process, which started with a HELA assessment of the sites, but then also was a robust process involving people from development management teams from the district councils and other partners such as highways and the flood authority and people like that, and the sites were discussed and assessed by all those parties, and settlements. Sites were assessed on their merits, but settlements were also assessed as a whole to look at the suitability of all the sites promoted.
I mean, the HELA assessment assigns this as the only site in Marsham with green for heritage considerations. Is that an accurate scoring in this case?
I think, having looked at it again in preparing for these sessions, I do accept that maybe the green scoring is not correct. Possibly they should have been amber instead of green, relooking at the methodology for the HELA.
Okay. How is the figure of 35 dwellings arrived at for this site?
It was originally a range of 25 to 35 dwellings at Regulation 18C, which was just a reflection through the discussions through the site assessment process of what it was felt that the site could accommodate, taking into account of what the promoters had suggested as well. And then following Regulation 18C, the range of dwellings in villages was taken away and replaced with just an overall approximate figure. So it was decided to go to the top end of that range, which was still reflecting a density appropriate for the site.
But was that a generic density calculation, as might ordinarily be applied to, say, an unconstrained site, or was it a calculation that was informed by, that was, you know, tailored to this site and informed by the constraints? What does it assume in terms of the area of the site that would be developed and which wouldn't?
Following Regulation 18C, we went through a process when we removed the range of dwellings for villages. We went through a process of re-looking at densities in line with, I think it's policy 2 in part 1 of the plan, which recommends a minimum 25 dwellings per hectare, and I think this does come in at slightly less than that, and that was to reflect the fact that there were the historic environment issues that need to be considered. So it wasn't just a generic application of policy densities.
Okay. I'll take comments from the room now. Mr. Flynn's hand was raised first. Just to come in.
Yes, good afternoon, Inspector. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Brian Flynn. I work for Carter Jonas, acting on behalf of Noble Foods Limited, who have a site at Fengate Farm, which is also in Marsham. Don't want to repeat what I've said in my hearing statement, but this is a derelict vacant site that previously was occupied by a poultry farm. I know that you've mentioned, Inspector, that you don't want to discuss emission sites, and normally, I mean, I've been at lots of examinations where inspectors aren't interested in listening to emission sites. They've got enough work to focus on sites that have been allocated and considering whether they're sound or not. But I think in the case of Marsham, I think that would be sort of an unsound approach, because the site is vacant, derelict, and it's currently unoccupied. Contains sort of the buildings were fire damaged in sort of early 2020. I think this is the site promoted by my clients is a better alternative to the site that we're considering now. I've set this out in sort of paragraph 1.4 why I think you should consider sort of emission sites, and there is no strategy for my client site, which, as I said, is a vacant derelict site in the same village, promoting a similar quantum of development, has no heritage or landscape constraints. And I think that the partnership have dismissed this site too easily. And as I said, it's got no heritage or landscape constraints. And the issue about, I mean, when it was used as a poultry farm, it had, you know, lorries both delivering and collecting from the site, and staff leaving and visiting the site. And it's got 2 points of access. So what I've suggested is
just before we go on with regards to the site to the north, the approach which is standard across local planning examinations nationally is not to discuss emission sites. Yeah, I'm not going to depart from that position here. Yeah. And the reason for that is quite simple. It's that were myself and Mr. Warden to find that sites were to be unsound, any site, or we were to find that more sites were required, it wouldn't be that we would recommend new sites be brought in by modifications. It would be for the council to go away and recommend new sites and bring those to us. It's their plan. And for that reason, the approach that's taken nationally at every local plan examination, at least for the last few years now, is that we don't discuss emission sites, and I don't propose to depart from that approach here.
No, can I just make one final point on that? That I mean, what it means is that you've got a vacant derelict site in a village that is, it would be contrary to national guidance to not seek to bring forward that site for something. So I understand, and that's why I've set it out in paragraph 1.4, that, you know, you don't deal with emission sites, but really this site should have been considered much earlier and should have been allocated either as an alternative or as an additional allocation or included within the settlement boundary. So it's quite difficult then to get, you know, sites that are clearly something needs to happen to it, but there's no policy support for it. So can I sort of leave it with you to, I don't know whether you've visited Marsham yet, but would it be possible to go and have a look at it and see what the kind of...
I have briefly visited Marsham. Our approach, we only had limited time. Myself and Mr. Warden live some distance away from Norwich. Yeah. It's nearly a day's travel for both of us. We visited mainly, we prioritised the large sites and the main sites, but we did visit Marsham on our way up to Elsham. And I did look at both your site, your client's site, and we went up the Neve Road and looked at the Marsham site. Albeit, I think, given the concerns that have been raised, I want to do a fuller assessment of the Marsham site, what the footpaths nearby, and the roads to the south, which we didn't have time to do. We did our site visit. So I do intend to return to Marsham in the next few weeks after the hearings have closed. But I have done a brief visit myself and Mr. Warden to Marsham, like I say, because it was on the way to Elsham.
The principal concern is that it's there's no strategy for this site. I think that's the concern. So you've got a vacant derelict site where there's no strategy set out in the plan for the redevelopment, reuse of the site, and that's, you know, sort of principal concern. I think I've probably finished with sort of discussion about the emission site. Can I go on to sort of raising the points about the sort of the evidence and the sort of heritage impacts associated with... I don't, I'm not going to sort of take up too much time, but basically what we have is sort of there are outstanding objections to this allocation from Historic England. There's also been in the partnership statement for this allocation, it talks about, so I'm going to deal with a number of points. It's about consultation, and it talks about saying that consultation responses have been taken into account. So what's actually happened is that Historic England's objections at all stages of the process have never been taken into account. They've maintained an objection throughout the process, and it's only now that they've sort of prepared a statement of common ground, but that statement of common ground in terms of dealing with sort of landscape is completely inappropriate way of dealing with the heritage impacts associated with this. There's been lots of consultation responses from local residents, and the district councillor also.
Mr. Flake, there's a lot of points being raised here. I want to stick to heritage first. Come back to any other points, and a lot of those points are made in your statement, and there's no need to repeat them. I understand those points. If you can stick to heritage points for now, we'll go on to other things in a moment. I'll
deal with heritage then. So on heritage, as I said, there's a outstanding objection from Historic England. As far as I can tell, the partnerships, the heritage officer, the council, has never been involved in any sort of feedback on the allocation. If we look through the sort of workbook of all the people that were consulted, we have the development management, we have education and others, but at no point is there any reference to the heritage officer actually making any comments on this allocation. And the reason why I raise that is that we've got impacts on a grade 1 listed building, and the heritage officer's comments, if they commented at all, seem to have no role in this at all. And they've only then commented when it's got round to the point of the heritage statement, which was submitted, you know, at quite a late stage in the process after sort of regulation 19. So I'm not entirely convinced that the heritage officer has actually had any input into the decisions about site allocations and whether they've, you know, which sites should be allocated. If we look at heritage, which sites should be allocated in Marsham. In our representations, we prepared and submitted a heritage statement, which was prepared by Orion Heritage, which
Mr. Flynn, I'm
comparably.
going to have to stop you there. This isn't a forum for making speeches. And I did ask at the start that we keep our comments brief and focused. I've read the heritage statement and I've read your hearing statement. If you want to briefly add any supplementary points before I go to Mr. Cogman and then partnership, I'll take a brief comment, but I do need comments to be brief and focused. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, just the final point then. The suggested landscaping mitigation to deal with the heritage issues is completely inappropriate for this site, because the heritage setting of All Saints Church Grade 1 listed building is associated with the sort of rural character and views of the church tower. And so adding in landscaping, I think they talk about strong landscaping on the eastern and southern boundary of the site, is completely inappropriate for a site that the setting is associated with an open rural character. So Historic England's kind of objection that says this can be satisfied if you introduce strong landscaping at both those boundaries is completely inappropriate in terms of heritage setting, because the setting is associated with an open rural character. And a similar point arises for landscape issues as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cogman.
Okay, no, thank you, sir. So yeah, Darren Cogman from Bidwell's representing Mr. Graham Payne, the site owner. There's obviously quite a lot that's been considered there. I don't think probably want to comment on the other site, given what you said about emission sites, but I would just raise the point that that site in question is also not previously developed land, notwithstanding what's been said. As far as what the partnership said at the beginning, there has obviously been a process. It's been through a number of iterations, the plan, and clearly there's been evidence that's been put forward in conjunction with that, including looking at heritage aspects. I acknowledge that Historic England did make earlier comments, but I think it's probably fair to say that those have been taken on board, and there has been a heritage impact assessment which has been undertaken by the partnership. The point that Mr. Flynn made about openness and landscaping, I note in the proposed policy point 3, where it talks about development must conserve and enhance the significance of the Grade 1 listed church, etc. It also says this includes but is not limited to landscaping to the east of the site, and a concept diagram showing where open space and landscaping would be located. So I think on that point, I would suggest that it's an element of both as opposed to simply landscaping. You would have seen that the site encompasses 1.98 hectares, of which 0.27 is proposed as an extension to the existing cemetery. So that's obviously going to provide an element of open space as well in appearance. I don't think I've got much more to say on that point, really.
Okay, and would the cemetery be on the southeastern corner of the site? There's an element that extends right up to the churchyard wall. Is that the section which protrudes further to the east than the rest of the site, where the cemetery would be located?
I think the actual extension would probably be subject to sort of detailed discussions at a planning application stage and would be informed by any further heritage work.
Okay, I mean, we'll come back to that in a second, because it's not specified in the policy at present where that cemetery extension would be. Okay, listen, I want to stay focused on the point at hand, so we'll pause that matter for now. Does the partnership wish to come back on what's been said by Mr. Flynn and Mr. Cogman?
Yes, sir, thank you. I just wanted to comment on one of the matters that was raised by Mr. Flynn, where he said he wasn't convinced that the heritage officer has been involved in the assessment. The senior heritage and design officer from South Norfolk and Broadland Council was involved in the assessment process. He's part of the development management team in the council, so when it refers to development management, that refers to planning officers and conservation officers, and also officers from South Norfolk and Broadland, including heritage and design officer. They reviewed the policies once they were drafted following the site assessment process, so they've been fully involved all the way through. And also, as you can see from the evidence, that same officer also reviewed the heritage statement, and it was amended in the process of producing it in relation to comments that he made on earlier drafts that were shown to him. So he has been fully involved in the process. And the only other thing I wanted to add is that we have taken on board Historic England comments that they have made throughout the process. We added an additional policy requirement between, I think it was Regulation 18C and Regulation 19, to refer to conserving and enhancing the significance of the nearby heritage assets. And also, obviously, we have produced the heritage statement.
Well, you say you've taken account of Historic England's objections, but there's still an outstanding objection as things stand today, and that's set out in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yes, the last column of that Statement of Common Ground does say that they welcome the heritage statement, and it provides a helpful assessment of the heritage issues and makes a number of helpful recommendations. And they also present some wording that they should be incorporated into the policy, which we agree with and are happy to include in the policy.
Okay. I mean, one thing that struck me when I was on Leneve Road is that the properties that are there closest to the group of listed buildings are bungalows at present, and the topography is rising. So the properties that would be constructed on this site would be higher, even if they were single-storey dwellings, and there's no requirement for that in the policy. But they would be higher anyway because of the topography. And if they were two-storey structures, they'd be higher again. So the visual impact would certainly be higher. I mean, to a certain extent, I'll reserve my judgment on the impacts on views from the south and the west and the footpaths until I've walked them myself. But I do have some concerns with the number of dwellings and what it's been based on. It doesn't appear to be based on anything other than a relatively generic approach. I mean, the densities might have been reduced somewhat, but by the same token, there's a requirement for a 0.27 hectare cemetery extension, which, as an aside, is a very precise figure for something which isn't precisely located in the policy, or even in. It's not clear where it would go. It's not clear how you can be so precise if it's not clear where within the site that would be. And if it isn't specified, then you could feasibly have two-storey dwellings next to the churchyard wall, immediately to the west of it. I mean, I'll take response from Mr. Cogman on those points if he wishes to come in at this point. I see you've got your hand raised. Sorry, Mr. Cogman, you're on mute still.
Apologies. Really, just to reiterate again, we obviously you've referred to the 1.98 hectares and obviously the requirement as well for a 0.27 hectare extension. So that gives us a figure of 1.71 net developable effectively. Obviously, the numbers, it does talk about approximately 35. So given that it's 1.71, the density is relatively low. And that, I would suggest, does provide for the necessary mitigation as may be required in relation to open space, landscaping and retaining views from viewpoints, which is a matter which should be determined at the detailed planning application stage through the additional information that would be provided with the planning application that would inform it.
I appreciate that to an extent it's a detailed matter for the application stage, but once 35 dwellings is in the policy, I note the approximately, but in reality that then becomes part of the development plan against which any application would be considered. I need to be content that 35 dwellings, and that's also the number the council are assuming as a contribution to its housing supply. So in order for that figure to be sound and the allocation to be sound and the policy to be sound, I need to be clear that 35 dwellings can be satisfactorily accommodated on the site, notwithstanding the detail in principle, not in detail, but in principle. And we are dealing here with a grade 1 listed building. I think, as you can probably tell, I do have some concerns about this site. I've not reached a final view yet, and I want to walk those footpaths and I want to walk those roads around it to a far greater extent than I have done at present. I've just looked at it from Leneve Road at present. I want to see it from within inside the churchyard and do a proper assessment, which I'll do when we return to the site in a few weeks' time. But those are my concerns. And it is on higher ground than the settlement immediately to the north, and is likely to result in taller dwellings than the settlement to the north, so will be far more prominent than the existing settlement edge.
So can I just respond to that? On that point, yes, it is higher ground. There are obviously ways potentially of mitigating that, whether some of it's single story development, etc. That would be informed, I would suggest, by the further detailed information with the heritage impact assessment work that's being suggested here, which is not unusual in itself with regards to putting together an application. As far as the numbers are concerned, yes, it does obviously say approximately 35. So that could obviously mean a lesser amount, couldn't it? Whether if you think something along the lines of up to 35 is more appropriate, then that's something perhaps for the partnership and ourselves to consider.
Well, it's. I think that the point is, if 35 is mentioned in the policy, the point I'll have to wrestle with, and I'll come to a final view on this after I've visited the site. And like all planning inspectors, I'm used to assessing the settings, effective development on the setting of a listed building. It's a bread and butter issue for planning inspectors, really. And I'll do what I would ordinarily do, which is walk all those footpaths and walk all the periphery to the site. So I'll reach a final view then, and I don't wish to give too firm a steer at this stage, because I'd want to do a more full assessment to reach that view. Okay, let's move on to the issue of 35 dwellings up to or in the region of. Well, it's neither here nor there, really, in the sense that it's for the partnership to demonstrate that 35 dwellings is the right number, so that such that it can rely on that number in its housing trajectory. There's a housing land supply issue here as well. We aren't just talking about detailed matters. There's an assumption that 35 dwellings will be delivered on this site as a contribution to the planned strategy for this settlement for Marsham, and as a contribution to its housing land supply over the planned period. So therefore, the number 35 has to be right at this stage, not on the detailed stage. Okay, I've heard all I need to hear on those points, and like I say, I need to do a more detailed assessment with Mr. Warden, and we'll walk this site and we'll walk the footpaths to get a clearer position. A couple of points on the detailed policy wording. We've already touched on this first one. So part 2 relates to the cemetery extension. If it hasn't been determined precisely where the cemetery extension would go, why is the hectareage so precise? It's a question for the partnership.
It's my understanding that the 0.27 hectares was in the submission from the promoter. There was sort of I guess it's an early stage indicative plan which did show the cemetery extension to be below where the existing cemetery is. So I think the southeast corner of the site which you were referring to. So the site assessments and the policies were undertaken on that basis.
Mr. Cogman, is that where you were assuming the cemetery extension will go in general terms?
Yes, sir. So on reflection, basically, it is the land which is effectively on the lower part or to the south of the site, effectively.
So to the south of the cemetery and to the west of the
south of the existing cemetery. So that would then be another open area against the backdrop of All Saints Church.
Okay, and that's obviously the most sensitive part of the site. In which case, I think in discussing the detailed policy wording, I think part 2 needs to specify within the southeast corner of the site for the cemetery extension. Would there be any objections to that approach?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's main modification number 1. Part 3, and this is the section that relates to the heritage assets in the area. I think this policy, this section needs to be reworded as per the Statement of Common Ground with Historic England. So I think all of those suggested modifications in that Statement of Common Ground need to be incorporated into part 3 of the policy for soundness, just so that as with the site we discussed a moment ago, in fact, just so that all the detail of that and the key elements of it are brought into the policy wording. Okay, again, the main modification. Part 5 relates to a matter we've already discussed, so I've asked the partnership to go away and revisit that. Just if you could make a note to also revisit in the context of this policy. And again, Part 6, we've also discussed on other sites that would need to be within the explanatory text, not the wording of the policy. Okay. Any final comments before we move on? Okay, thank you. In which case, we'll move on to the next one in the MIQ list, which is listed as lettered Z, which is GNLP Ref 0380, west of Blowfield Road, Lingwood. Have I got Blowfield and Lingwood correct there in terms of pronunciation?
Yes, you have, yes.
Good, thank you. I'll just call that up on my list. Okay. Mr. Cogman, is that a hand raised from before, or did you wish to come in? Okay, thank you. Just a couple of points about the policy wording with regards to 0380. I think, again, part 1, and this cross relates to matters we've discussed on other sites, a couple of other sites now. Vehicular access to be taken from Blowfield Road. Okay, removal of significant, that's fine, but removal of significant tree may be required to facilitate visibility. I think the wording we suggested before, that should be deleted, that second sentence, and replaced with something along the lines of any tree removal that is necessitated in order to achieve an acceptable, necessary in order to achieve an acceptable visibility display shall be compensated with planting within the site, something along those lines. It's too vague at present, saying that something may be required to facilitate visibility. Well, presumably if those trees are important features in the area, and it certainly appeared as if they were from the street view image, then there should be compensation for any losses within the site. But that's a point we've discussed on other sites, so I'll ask you to reflect on that.
Yeah.
Part 3, I think the wording at present is unclear. Speed limit enhancement to manage vehicle speeds along the frontage of the site. No doubt there's a highway safety rationale behind that, but I think as it's currently worded, it's vague and unclear. I mean, perhaps Mr. Wilson can assist on the thinking behind that requirement. What it might. So what was it trying to achieve, that requirement specifically?
The approach to Lingwood on Blowfield Road, it isn't a particularly high standard, but speeds are higher than one might anticipate. The 30 mile per hour speed limit extends to the end of the developed area at the east side of the road, where it turns to a national speed limit. So the Highway Authority would wish to see the speed limit extended for the to cover the whole of the proposed development frontage. We would also wish to see a strong frontage to try and get that downward pressure on vehicle speeds on the entry point to the developed area, and also to protect the access to the proposed site. It might be that would need additional measures in terms of street furniture to reinforce the limit.
So would that simply be the relocation of, say, the 30 mile an hour sign or other street furniture?
It may need additional street furniture, signing, lining, just to make it more conspicuous.
That's fine, but the current wording isn't clear enough. I mean, speed limit enhancement, I mean, you could take an uncharitable interpretation of that and seen that the speed limit needs to be increased. So I think I understand what you're trying to achieve. It's the wording that secures that. We've discussed similar points on other sites, so perhaps it needs to specify relocation of the 30-mile-an-hour zone and other necessary measures to manage speed along the frontage of the site, something along those lines. I'm sure you can think of something yourselves, but that section isn't clear at present, and a main mod's required to make it clear and precise in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, any final comments on site GNLP 0380 before we move on? Okay. Okay, let me just call up my list. Okay, we're making good progress through the list. We've reached the double-lettered sites. Obviously, we've done site DD in any case, so there's not that many more to conclude. Site AA, Easter Station Road, Lingwood, GNLP 4016. Let me call it up. Apologies for these delays, by the way. My computer, as supplied by the inspector, is not as fast as it perhaps could be, but that aside, it gets there in the end. Okay. A couple of detailed comments on the policy wording again for this site. So first off, okay. I think we just discussed this issue about compensatory provision for any planting lost in order to necessitate an acceptable visibility display. That's point 1. I think that same comment applies here. So we've discussed wording for previous sites and policies. I think the same wording should be used here with regards to compensatory planting, frontage planting along the front of the site. Other than that, I don't have any other comments on this site. Are there any other comments from around the room on site 4016? No. Okay. In which case we'll move on to lettered reference BB, reference GNLP 1001, which is land to the east of Station Road, Reedham. Okay. Question for the partnership to start with. The statement of common ground states that an application is anticipated in late 2021. Has that been submitted yet?
As far as I'm aware, there has been no application submitted currently.
Okay, thank you. In which case, to what extent is the assumed trajectory assumption for this site realistic then? Because that's assuming the first 10 dwellings will be developed in this financial year, so by the end of this month.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the trajectory is not going to happen as we've got it currently. So I'd imagine we're going to need to push the development further along the trajectory.
Okay. If no application, I mean, 10 per annum was what the developer, the site promoter should say, suggested in their statement of common ground. If no application has landed yet, then realistically it needs to go back 2 years, doesn't it? With the first year of delivery in 23-24. Yes,
I would agree with that.
Okay. If that adjustment to the trajectory could be made, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. There's 2 sites in Reedham. And one point that's been picked up by a number of representations is that neither would have walking routes to school, to the primary school in the settlement, along roads with a pedestrian footway. At least part of the walking route from both sites to the school would be along roads where there isn't a footpath. And that's been a reason for not selecting sites elsewhere. So is there an inconsistency here, is the question?
this was given careful consideration through the site assessment process. And yes, we do accept that neither site in Reedham has a continuous footpath route to school. This site in particular, it is possible to get off road access for part of the routes to school using public rights of way, and that's built into the policy to enhance those rights of way. But I do believe there is still elements of the route to school that do not have a pedestrian footway. As I say, there was discussion of it through the site assessment process, and it was considered on balance that Reedham was a good place for housing. It's got a number of services and facilities. It's also got a train station, and so the decision was taken on balance to proceed with these allocations.
Okay, well, I understand that point for Reedham, and it may be the case that there weren't sites in Reedham that did have a continuous footpath route. I mean, certainly from the street view images, it appears as though the primary school, the roads leading to the primary school, just don't have footpaths. The point about consistency, though, is there were sites elsewhere where there wasn't a continuous pedestrian footway, which that was the sole reason for excluding them. So is there an inconsistency there, or do you think that approach is justified in Reedham?
And I think we would argue that there is some justification for it in Reedham for the reasons I've just outlined, and also that this site in particular, it is adjacent. It's a continuation of an allocation for the Broadland local plan, which has now been built out and been quite successfully built out and occupied. But yes, we do accept that this approach in Reedham is different to other villages.
Is that because there simply aren't sites in Reedham with pedestrian footways?
Yes, that's correct.
So elsewhere, it's been the case that you had a choice of sites that did and sites that didn't, and that was the reason for the decision. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Some detailed comments on the policy wording then. So give me a second. I've got about 15 documents open. There we go. Right, got it now. Part 2. And this relates to the protection of the tree preservation order. My understanding is the tree preservation order, or the protected trees, they appear to be outside the boundary of the site. Is that the case?
To be honest, Sarah, I'm not entirely sure without getting that up on a map.
I'm just looking at the satellite image, which may or may not be out of date, but you would assume that any protected trees would be mature enough such that it would be there even if the satellite image is 5 or 10 years old. They appear to be on adjoining land from the satellite image I've got. I
mean, we can certainly check that and make any necessary amendments to the policy if that would be appropriate.
Well, it's just whether it unnecessarily duplicates clause 5, really. So clause 5 says the trees, hedgerows surround which I think is better worded to start with, but it might mean that you don't need clause 2. I mean, if appropriate, enhance. Well, who decides whether it's appropriate to enhance trees? And if they're outside the site boundary, how could you enhance them?
Yeah.
My view is that clause 2 probably isn't necessary because clause 5 covers it in effect. If it is the case that those sites are outside the site bound, those trees are outside the site boundary. I mean, really, if they're outside the site boundary, you're looking at the issue of root protection areas, aren't you? During the construction period and also in terms of where dwellings are placed. It might simply be that the gardens back onto those rather than houses, such to avoid the root protection area, and that care is taken through the construction process, which is an established thing. Okay, if you could double check that those trees are indeed outside the site boundary, and if they are, I don't think you need to. I think 5 covers it. I mean, do you think does that sound reasonable to you, or have I missed something?
No, that sounds reasonable to me.
Okay. fine, because like I said, I didn't like the wording of 2 in any case, but if it goes, then obviously then we don't need to revisit the wording. Part 4, and this is really a question. So potential impact on the scheme of the Broads Authority executive area to be considered and addressed as appropriate through sensitive design, such as low ridge heights, reduced scale massing and screen planting. Just looking at an aerial plan of this site, it appears to be tucked away behind housing, away from the boundary with the Broads. You referred to the existing allocation that's been built out to the west, which appears to be 2-storey houses. And obviously that would be closer to the Broads than this site, which may not really be visible from the Broads, given it's tucked away behind the newer estate. Given that particular location, do you need to be specifying low ridge heights and reduced scale massing, etc.?
We'd be happy to relook at this. I mean, I think this policy requirement was added in response to representations from the Broads Authority, and I believe that that would have been the wording that they suggested that they would like to see in the policy. But I'm happy to have another look at it and perhaps have further discussions with the Broads Authority.
Well, the soundness test is it justified? It strikes me, and again, this is one of the smaller sites, so myself and Mr. Warden haven't visited it yet. Our visits were focused on the larger sites in the main. It strikes me that and I can understand why the Broads Authority might wish to have a requirement such as that, where there are sites in close proximity to the edge of the Broads. That's well understood as a general approach. It's whether the specific circumstances in this case justify it, given it in effect is tucked behind an existing modern estate, where there, at least from the images available to me at present, there doesn't seem to have been much of a reduction in standard ridge heights. And it might be the case that this site has got limited visibility from the Broads. So I understand the general approach. It's just whether the circumstances of this site lend themselves to a slightly different approach. I'll leave that one with the partnership for now, and I'll visit this site and take my own view. But if it isn't necessary and justified, then it shouldn't really be a requirement. The potential impact on the Broads executive area to be considered and addressed as appropriate is fine. Through sensitive design is fine. It's that last line, such as low ridge heights, reduced scale and massing, and screen planting. I mean, those are examples anyway, such as indicates those are examples. Maybe the way to rectify any concerns is just to delete that last line. Then the point about any impact on the Broads executive area is covered, and it could be dealt with through sensitive design at the detailed stage.
Yes, we'd be happy to do that, sir.
Okay, in which case delete the final line should be deleted just to avoid any confusion, and then the wider point still there if it needs to be without the prescription, which is given as an example only anyway. Okay. Right. Okay. We're approaching 3 o'clock. We started at 1:30. I've done an awful lot of talking in this session, more than usual. I'd probably appreciate if we took the break now, particularly if we given the time we're making. There is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sites left to cover, so we've dealt with 10. I'm going to propose we break now until 3:30, and we'll come back and finish off the remaining sites at that point. Like I say, we've made good time, so there should be no issue concluding before 5. Okay, we'll adjourn then until 3:30. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's now 3:30 and time to resume the hearing sessions. Okay. Before we broke, we had got up to site lettered CC, Mill Road, Reedham. That's the next one to address in the list, which is GNLP 3003. Okay, question for the partnership to start with. Part 2 of the policy states that visibility for access is restricted and will need further investigation, as this may require use of third-party land in order to be achieved. Can adequate visibility displays be achieved onto Mill Road without landed third-party ownership, or is that absolutely required?
It is my understanding that it is absolutely required, but I'm sure Mr. Wilson will add more if he feels it's appropriate.
Mr. Wilson?
That is my view, so yes, third-party land is required to achieve adequate visibility displays.
Okay, and in effect, is that front gardens and driveways to adjacent properties, both to the north and south of the access point?
Yes.
Is it just one property either side, or is it more than just one property either side?
I believe it would be one property either side.
Okay. Has any agreement been reached with those third-party landowners, Mr. Magnuson?
Okay, insofar as any agreement, what we're keeping all options on the table at this stage, as it were. We've the owner of the property to the north. My clients had communications with him very recently, and there may be room for progress there.
Mr. Magnuson, apologies to stop you. I lost the audio from your connection a second ago. Did other people experience an interruption in the audio?
Right.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I can. What we found elsewhere is
plugging in the Ethernet cable. Hopefully that's better.
Okay. We'll carry on that basis. If we have any more trouble, sometimes turning the camera off can help in terms of how much bandwidth is used. Sorry, if you could repeat that point. I think you were about to. I didn't hear whether you'd approached the owners to the north and south.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. As we understand, is correct. The visibility displays would require land in east to the north, which is dwelling called the Brambles, and also to Jerissa, which is the property to the south.
Okay. Again, I missed part of that. I don't know if others missed part of Mr. Magnuson's audio. Yeah. Okay. It seems it was in the first section. I caught the latter part.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Magnuson.
Understanding is there's no formal agreement with. There is no formal agreement with either third party to the north or the south at this stage.
And what level of dialogue have you had with those two landowners?
My client has had further dialogue with the owner of the Brambles, which is the property to the north of the access, and the owner of the property to the
Mr. Magnuson, the audio is cutting in and out again. I'm sorry, Mr. Magnuson, it's cutting out, I'd say 25 to 30% of the time. So I'm missing quite big chunks of what you're saying. Is it worth logging out and logging back in? That might be the first thing to try, and I'll wait for you to rejoin the meeting.
I could try that again. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's try that. Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. I was just going to suggest that as our next course of action.
Okay. Give Mr. Magnuson a moment just to rejoin.
If that doesn't work, it may be worth him joining by telephoning in as opposed to using the Skype details, using the dial-in details.
Okay. Mr. Magnuson, are you back on the call?
Yes, I am. Is it any better?
It's loud and clear for now. We'll see how we go.
Okay, I better make it quick then. To no formal agreements with either landowner, that's to the north or the south at this stage. It's fair to say more progress has been made with the owner to the north, which is the Brambles property.
Okay, and when you say more progress, what specifically?
Nothing formalised, but we think there is a way forward in terms of negotiating a land sale there potentially. What I will say is we've been exploring, as you'll see from the append to the statement of common ground, we've been exploring the possibility of what our highways engineer describes as a non-standard solution, which would look at partial narrowing of Mill Road itself.
Such that the visibility display would move out into the road itself.
Precisely. And another point I will just make is that, and this is the issue of perpetuity really, the visibility displays we think are okay as they stand, but obviously it's maintaining those displays in perpetuity, i.e. there's no buildings or any structures that limit the visibility, as you'll see if you actually go out on site. And you'll see from your site visit. But yeah, in terms of meeting the standard visibility display requirements, my understanding is that we would need some land from both properties. My consultant, and we have tabled a scheme that Norfolk County Council and Mr. Wilson's here today, so he may be able to respond in more detail. But they're not particularly happy with that table at the moment. But we do believe there is a design solution here, and that we've tabled is for a partial narrowing of Mill Road, which would enable the visibility displays and potentially a footpath to the betterment of the village itself down to the school to the south also.
Okay. In terms of progress with the southern owner, what progress has been made there?
That's potentially the sticking point in terms of moving any further. So we haven't really got any further with that particular owner in terms of agreeing a land sale. So at this stage, we're probably looking at a design solution. As I say, we believe that there is a design solution out there, and my highway consultant concurs with that, and we've actually drawn up plans, but it's very much between ourselves and Mr. Wilson at this stage as to agree an acceptable in principle to accompany any application in due course for that side.
Okay, so when you say that's the sticking point, can I take from that the southern owner is refusing to engage or refusing to entertain offers? At this stage,
they're not engaging, correct.
Is not engaging mean not responding or not entertaining offers?
Not entertaining the offers is my understanding of it, having spoken to my client.
Just 1 second, I've got the neighbour's dog being rather noisy. Let me just close my Velux window. 1 second. I'm sure every street's got a yappy dog. Mine certainly does. But, there we go. Okay. Not entertaining offers. Fine. Okay. You said a moment ago that the standard visibility displays are available in that there's no buildings in the way.
Correct.
Now this is one of the sites I haven't visited yet. As I said before, myself and Mr. Warden focused our early visits. We only had limited time on the largest sites that were central to the delivery of the GNLP. And we will visit this site in due course. But it does appear on the Google Street View to be quite high hedges either side of that access point. So whilst there may be no buildings, is it the case that vegetation blocks visibility?
Potentially. We would need some sort of mechanism to secure that in perpetuity anyway, irrespective. To ensure those sight lines in perpetuity is what I mean.
Okay. Okay, a couple of questions for the Highway Authority then. Why does the policy specify that vehicular access must be taken from Mill Road? And what's the is the any access route via Holly Farm Road ruled out from your perspective?
Yes, it is. The Highway Authority has received a couple of proposals from the promoter of the site. The first one of those was for access via Holly Farm Road. Holly Farm Road is very narrow, narrower than Mill Road, and it relies upon development traffic passing through the junction adjacent to the school and Mill Road. There is an issue with visibility at that junction, which would require acquisition of third-party land from the school and from a private dwelling. We don't consider that that's appropriate.
Just before we move on,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wilson. So you said that the junction at Holly Farm Road would require third-party land. Is that to achieve an acceptable visibility display at the point that the site meets Holly Farm Road?
Yes, it is. No, sorry. In all respects, frankly, to widen the road to an acceptable width to accept two-way development traffic, to achieve visibility displays from the development access, and also at the Holly Farm Road junction with Mill Road. A scheme was presented to us that changed the priority of Holly Farm Road into Mill Road, which introduced a bend in the road. It didn't seem to resolve all of the visibility concerns we had. And it's also noted that the pedestrian access to the primary school is in the Mill Farm Road, Holly Farm Road, Mill Road junction. So all development traffic would be in direct conflict with the school access.
Okay, and you have concerns about the junction between Holly Farm Road and Mill Road in terms of visibility?
We do, yes. We don't consider it could safely accommodate development traffic.
Okay, and to what extent does the bridge parapet affect the access from Holly Farm Road?
The bridge parapet masks the proposed pedestrian access from the site. It might be potential to resolve that with the acquisition of third-party land at Holly Farm Road if the access could come out at a point to the south.
What do you mean by that? Sorry, just so I'm clear in my own mind.
Apologies. What I mean is it doesn't appear possible to achieve an appropriate pedestrian route with the access coming out adjacent to the bridge parapet. The bridge parapet is at the edge of the carriageway with no opportunity for narrowing to create a footway. Any small children emerging from that access would be completely masked by the bridge parapet and would arrive on the carriageway unannounced.
And does that block visibility for any potential vehicles exiting from that point to the southeast?
I don't believe a vehicle access could be formed from that access. You certainly couldn't achieve visibility to the north. The corridor probably isn't wide enough. An earlier proposal that we received showed vehicular access at Holly Farm Road through an existing residential plot.
Okay. And presumably that plot hasn't been acquired, or it would have been part of the proposal for the allocation. Can I draw that inference?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, at the time we were drawing up the Holly Farm Road access. I mean that for us that would have been a good solution, and I think for the village as well, insofar as that the access would have been almost opposite the school, with potential for off-street parking for teachers and pupils and parents alike. Now, with that scheme, my client has got a provisional agreement with the owner of that property. It wouldn't require the demolition of the property itself, but it would require land within his ownership. But and the reason at the statement of common ground stage, if you see our statement of common ground, it actually alludes to the fact that we were hopeful that the policy wording could be kept more open at this stage to allow a solution from Holly Farm Road, or Mill Road, in terms of access and pedestrian and vehicular access for this reason. But I take on board Mr. Wilson's view that the scheme is tabled. He was not satisfied with that. But what I would say is that we're looking to work with the Highway Authority in finding a solution that is feasible to everybody's benefit.
I mean, I'm just looking at an aerial image of the site, and it's obvious which property that would pass through if there was no demolition to take place. There's only one point it would be. Yeah. Presumably the Highway Authority took the view that if your concerns about the Holly Farm Road, Mill Road Junction are as they are, Mr. Wilson, presumably was that the basis for your rejection of that proposed access route?
Generally, the highway corridor, apologies, isn't to a very good standard, and it seems that our concerns around the Holly Farm Road, Mill Road Junction don't appear to be resolvable. Certainly not without third-party land.
And third-party land, both in terms of widening that road and addressing the junction onto Mill Lane. Just so I understand your position.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
So is it the reality then it's via Mill Road, or that's the only place it can be, isn't it? By process of elimination. We've talked about 3 potential routes. It sounds like the only potential route is via Mill Road. Is that the consensus?
That's the Highway Authority view.
What about your view, Mr. Magnuson?
We are happy with to work towards the policy compliant position, which is an access via Mill Road. As I say, the scheme that we've tabled most recently would look at the narrowing of Mill Road to allow for a footpath from the site and for use of residents of Reedham down to the school itself, which again, I say that I think is to the betterment of the village, and not only the site owner. Yeah, I mean, we're working to fulfil that policy position, notwithstanding the fact that Mr. Wilson has his own issues in terms of the pedestrian access that may or may not still be required via Holly Farm Road to the school. I'm talking about the parapet here. Again, having discussed with my consultant, I do believe there are engineering solutions available for this. But again, it's a working towards. It's not. We haven't reached agreement on a specific scheme with highways at this stage, but it's something that we're working towards.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, there's been another option discussed there, which is a new footway along Mill Road,
yes,
which would allow for the visibility splay to move out into the road itself, and therefore overcoming the issue of third-party land ownerships on either side. Has the Highway Authority seen those proposals, and is there a workable solution within that suggestion?
We have seen those proposals, yes, and whilst we would applaud the attempt to provide a footway along Mill Road, the proposals would require narrowing of the carriageway. The carriageway width as it stands is not generous. And narrowing of the road would prompt a highway safety concern, and it's not something the Highway Authority would wish to support.
Okay. Well, we've got a problem there, haven't we? Because you potentially have a site that can't be accessed. And so, or it can be accessed but requires land in third-party ownership, which isn't available. So the site's not available then. Or that third-party land is excluded from the site and the site's potentially not suitable. So in either case, it's not developable, potentially. I don't think this can be kicked down the road to the application stage because it goes to the heart of the soundness of the allocation. There's few more fundamental constraints in planning terms as to whether a site can in principle be accessed or not. Okay, so is this a sound allocation? Question for the partnership.
I mean, I think from what we've just heard, I think we will possibly have to accept that there are highways issues here that potentially cannot be overcome. So it's probably likely that we couldn't rely on the delivery of this site in the trajectory unless they could be overcome.
I mean, we've discussed before on a couple of other sites the issue of some matters are left for detailed consideration, but I have to be confident if a site's going to be allocated in order to meet the strategy for a settlement, in this case Reedham, firstly, and in order to provide a contribution to the housing requirement, or the housing supply, I should say, for the plan, that there are no overriding constraints. I'm not at all comforted by the discussion we've just had, because what that basically implies is that we've got an allocation site in a local plan where we've reached a stage where several years down the line of a local plan being prepared, we have a site where it's not clear whether it can be accessed or not. I don't really know what more I can say apart from that. Just to repeat, there are a few more fundamental issues or constraints about whether in principle a site can be accessed. If it can't be accessed, I don't see how it can be an allocation. I mean, I'm happy to hear any more comments, but that's my thought process now. I'm surprised that we're at this stage and this issue hasn't been resolved. Let me say that much. And surprised is putting it mildly, frankly. Mr. Magnuson, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I'd just like to echo your points, really. I mean, it is what it is, and as hard as we've tried to demonstrate deliverability of a potential scheme of either Holly Road Farm or Mill Road, we've not had any assurances from the partnership that there is a way forward on this matter. Now, and we're looking at a site that features within the Regulation 19 stage local plan consultation document. So, you know, it's extremely frustrating from our end that with the partnership have promoted our site and that we've got to this very late stage.
Okay, does the partnership wish to comment further?
I mean, when this site was first put in the plan for allocation, I mean, it was put in on the basis that the highways issues would need to be demonstrated by the site promoter, and I think we had hoped and anticipated that by this stage that there would have been a satisfactory resolution put forward by the site promoter that highways would have been happy with, but it does look unfortunate as if we haven't got to that point.
Okay. I mean, if something can be agreed within a reasonably short window, I'm happy to receive anything that's put forward after the hearings. I don't think I can add to what I've already said, really. You've heard my concerns. Okay, let's go through some of the detailed points of the policy wording then. Well, part two we've sort of been discussing, really. Visibility for the access is restricted and will need further investigation as this may require the use of third-party land. And that's not really a requirement as such. It's more a description of the problem, and that the fact it would need to be resolved. I think if were this allocation to be retained, I think that needs to be reworded along the lines of an appropriate access, a safe and suitable access, and an appropriate visibility display to Mill Road must be achieved. Words to that effect. You might be able to think of something better. That's off the top of my head. But at present, I think 2 is a description of the problem rather than what the policy, any development would need to do in order to meet that requirement. It needs to be a description. It needs to be a prescription, not a description. Okay. Part 4. Again, this echoes a point we've discussed before. Landscaping doesn't necessarily mitigate noise, certainly not vibrations, to any great degree. So if there's a need for landscaping, so those are 2 separate issues, really. If there were a need for landscaping to the edges of the site, that's one thing. If there's a need for mitigation for noise pollution, vibration, think that's another point. So that would need to be disaggregated for clarity. And part 5, again, as we discussed before, that would need to go in the explanatory text. It's not really a requirement. It's signposting to another development plan document. Okay. Any final comments on this site before we move on?
No, sir.
Only from us that are in that we are still actually looking for a solution in terms of the access arrangements. So we welcome dialogue, and certainly my highway consultant would welcome dialogue in the short term to find a way of getting this site and demonstrating the deliverability of this site within the context of the local plan. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And if there any agreement can be reached between the respective highways professionals, then I'm happy for something to be put to me subsequent to the hearing sessions. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to site, well, we've covered site 0382, which was the South Walsham site. We'll move then to site listed EE, which is GNLP ref 1048R, land east of Woodbastwick Road, Blowfield Heath. Again, was the pronunciation correct there?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Let me just call it up in my list of documents. Okay. Again, on all the detailed matters, I've got all I need from the hearing statements. So my comments really are restricted to some of the detailed policy wording. Parts 2 and 3, I think the question here, and again, this is a matter we've addressed really on some of the other sites, is there a contradiction between parts 2 and 3 of the policy? So on the one hand, part 2 requires a frontage footway. And also there'd be a requirement, obviously, in part 1 for acceptable and appropriate visibility display. But then part 3 requires the design to limit the removal of roadside hedgerow and possible tree removal. Again, that's imprecise. To provide the frontage development, footpath and visibility display. Would it not be better, as we've previously discussed, to say something along the lines of any loss of hedgerow or trees that are necessary to accommodate a new access point and footway shall be compensated with new frontage hedgerow planting within the site? Something like that covers it better, I think, because in reality, you will lose some hedgerow at that site in order to achieve the footpath and an appropriate visibility display, which is necessary for safety. So perhaps that's the best way to phrase it, a bit more clear in my perspective.
Yes, we'd be happy to make those changes.
Okay. Again, a detailed point. Point 4 has been queried by the site promoter and relates to grass snakes. What's the origin of that requirement? Where does it come from?
I believe that would have been in the detailed information we received about the sort of biodiversity of the site. It probably pointed to particular species, in this case grass snakes. Looking at the representation that was received, I think it suggested maybe a more general point about an ecological appraisal rather than referring to specific species. I don't think we would necessarily have an objection to changing that.
It is incredibly specific, and if full surveys haven't been undertaken, and even if they have, it might be the case that new surveys are required. It's too specific if there isn't more information at this stage. So I think if there's the potential for those sorts of species to be present, then there clearly needs to be something. But I think something along the lines of what's suggested by the promoter, requiring perhaps a preliminary ecological appraisal and appropriate site surveys to be undertaken might be pitched at a better level, and that would then capture any other species that may be present on the site. You don't wish, by focusing so heavily on grass snakes, to perhaps remove focus from other species that might be present. So I think a slightly more generalised clause, which covers the issue of ecology appropriately, would be preferable. I'll leave the detailed wording to the partnership to come up with. But again, we'd be happy to comment on any draft policy should you wish for us to do so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Right, okay, next site is itemised as FF on the MIQs, ref GNLP 2019. which is land at Rectory Way and south of the Bure Valley. Is it Bure? Bure?
Bure Valley.
Bure Valley, thank you. Bure Valley Railway. Coltishall, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Perfect, thank you. I'll call it up on my computer. Okay. Okay, so this is an extension to an existing allocation, COL 1. I understand from the documents that an application for 30 houses was submitted last year on the COL 1 site and part of the proposed allocation here, GNLP 2019. Is there any update on whether that application has been determined yet? Thank you.
It was received resolution to grant planning permission at planning committee towards the end of January, so quite a recent decision.
Thank you. Again, similar point to ones we've discussed elsewhere. My understanding is that the entire site, so both allocations, are controlled by the same developer, such as, well, it sets out in the Statement of Common Ground that COL 1 and part of GNLP 2019 are obviously form the application and are very much a phase 1, but there's an agreement in place with the landowner to acquire the rest of the site. Is that also the partnership's understanding, that it's all controlled by a single developer?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. In which case, I think the comments we've made elsewhere, where you have in effect an extension to a carried forward allocation, it should be one allocation in effect with one policy, and that would again get over the need for a master plan approach to be specified in the policy, and would make for a clearer and more focused approach. It doesn't make sense to have two policies for one site, so if that could be looked at by the partnership, be appreciated. In terms of other detailed points, part 3 of the policy points towards quite a significant highways concern, and implies to me at least that there is an uncertainty in the mind of the Highway Authority, perhaps Mr. Wilson can come in on this, regarding whether this issue can be overcome in principle. And that's certainly how I read it in conjunction with the comments from the Highway Authority in the site selection booklets. So how clear is it that this issue can be overcome? Thank you.
I think the issue can be overcome. As was discussed a short while ago, an outline application has been submitted for the Cole 1 site. The Highway Authority were consulted as part of that, and my colleagues have worked with the applicant to design an appropriate highway solution. Given the additional, or the scale of the additional allocation that's being sought, it seems likely that the concerns would be resolvable.
Okay, and that's helpful. Obviously, if consent's been granted, then that must have been assessed in detail to the Highway Authority's satisfaction.
Yes.
With that in mind, does that policy, part 3 of the policy, need changing at all to be clear that it is in principle resolvable? It's that latter section starting demonstrating that the proposed scale of development can be accommodated would be required. The reason for the question is I read that and thought, well, that implies to me at least on a first reading that there's a doubt whether it can be. If the position now is, particularly following the approval of a detailed application, well, an outline application I should say, but with presumably supported by detailed highways technical information, would you still require that level of detail in any subsequent proposal on the phase 2 element of the wider site in effect?
I think our preference would be for that to be retained in case the secured application isn't implemented and different schemes presented at a later date.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's helpful clarification, and I don't have a problem with that clause being carried forward to a merged policy then.
Thank you.
Okay, part 4. Again, this is a repeat of a point I've made earlier about landscaping and noise and vibrations being separate considerations, and the fact that landscaping by itself won't necessarily assist. So perhaps those need to be separate clauses within the policy, albeit when any development comes forward, it could be that there's some overlap. They are fundamentally separate issues. Okay. Any final comments on site GNLP 2019 before we move on?
No.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to lettered site GG in the MIQs. The local plan reference GNLP 0608R, which is land at Bridge Farm Field. It's in Faith's Close, Great Witchingham. Is that correct? Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay. There's some uncertainty here with regards to ransom strips. There's reference to a ransom strip in paragraph 657. That says the site at Bridgefield Farms at Faith's Close is allocated, subject to the promoter being able to demonstrate that vehicular access is achievable, as there appears to be a ransom strip between the offered land and the highway. Do we know for certain that there is a ransom strip? Has that been ascertained, perhaps say through land registry searches, or confirmed by the site owner?
Unfortunately, sir, I don't know for definite that there is a ransom strip. We've had no statement of common ground from the site promoter either, so I can't confirm that at the moment.
Right, but a land registry search would give you the answer fairly quickly as well. And as the boundary of the site is drawn at present, it includes the ransom strip. I
mean, we can go away and do that search and come back to you with that information.
Is there a reason why no statement of common ground has been reached? I mean, I know there's a statement to the effect that it's been difficult to contact the owner. To what extent has this site been actively promoted to the local plan?
So we don't have a statement of common ground, but they have engaged through the consultation progress on the plan. They did submit a representation at Regulation 18C. I believe that's the last engagement that they had. I don't believe they submitted a representation at Regulation 19.
And has the partnership been in touch outside of the consultation processes?
It's my understanding that we would have contacted or tried to contact them to ask them to submit the statement of common ground, and we would have followed that up to try and get that statement, because obviously we realise how important those statements are.
I think it's your hearing statement that says you were able to contact the owner. I suppose where I'm going with this is, if the last you heard from them was Regulation 18C,
yeah,
that was some time ago now.
Yes.
There's no representation at Regulation 19. There's no statement of common ground, and you don't appear to be able to contact them. How clear are we that this site's available?
And we don't have any information, I guess, to demonstrate that it is available, but we neither has it been withdrawn by the site promoter, and we put it in the trajectory towards the end of the plan period to allow time for it to come forward.
It might not have been formally withdrawn, but if you haven't heard from them for what, 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
The test is it available, or is it likely to be available at the point in time envisaged? Not have they withdrawn it or not. there's less information about this site than almost any other site in the local plan, is what jumped out to me when I was preparing. It's fairly unique in not having any representation in supporting it at Regulation 19 stage. I mean, there might be others who haven't gone on to the carried over allocations yet, but certainly in terms of the new allocations. Okay. Like I say, the concern is about availability.
Yes.
And whether there's a ransom strip, and if so, who owns it. We've had the discussion, obviously, at Reedham, where there's a ransom strip, whether effectively, or there appear to effectively be ransom strips either side of the access point.
Yeah.
We've got a site to come where there's a ransom strip, but in the site to come, that's owned by a housing association, and
yes.
the owners in discussions. That's a very different case than a ransom strip that's owned by a householder and it's part of their driveway or front lawn. Very different scenario. Here it's not clear which side of that line it might fall upon. I mean, you can see when you do the Google Street View that there does appear to be a ransom strip. It's the classic thing a developer might do at the end of their development, put a metre wide strip of grass with a footway across it, and then hopefully put it in their back pocket to realise the value of at some point in the future. It's not an uncommon approach that developers take, given the case law surrounding the value of ransom strips. Okay. It would be helpful to know if there's a ransom strip, and it'd be helpful to know if the site's still available. If that could be chased up and fed back to us, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in terms of detailed constraints at this site, Norfolk Wildlife Trust objected to its allocation, given its proximity to a county wildlife site. What's the partnership's response to that point? And presumably the county wildlife site are the open areas of water to the north and to the east.
Yes, I believe it is. I believe they requested the addition of a policy requirement to reflect the proximity to the county wildlife site. I believe that the original policy had reference to the county wildlife site when the site was of a slightly larger site area. When the site area was scaled back because it no longer was that close to the county wildlife site, that requirement was removed. But I can't think we'd have any objection to adding a policy requirement back in to reflect the proximity to the county wildlife site.
I don't have the boundary of the county wildlife site before me. I mean, how close is it to the allocation?
Off the top of my head, I believe it's there's a wooded sort of area to the north of the current allocation, which was included in the original allocation for open space. That was the representation that the promoters made at Regulation 18C, was to ask for that area of the allocation to be taken out. And I believe that it was that piece of land proposed for open space that abutted onto the county wildlife site. So it kind of gave a buffer between the actual county wildlife site and the residential part of the development.
And have you sought ecological inputs through the site selection process and the policy formulation approach? I mean, there's been references to, for example, obviously we have the Highway Authority on the line. Mm-hmm. There's been development management input. Has there been detailed ecological input into these sites as well?
There was ecological input at sort of early site assessment stages. For example, with the previous site that we were discussing with the grass snakes element, it came up. So we had detailed comments on sites that were incorporated as necessary into the site assessment process and then followed through into the policies.
Okay. It is very close to a county wildlife site, which is water based, so there's an issue of runoff. It's very close indeed, and the land in between the allocation and the county wildlife site is largely open or planted. It's not developed. It's a difficult one. If you're of your own colleagues in ecology not required a clause of that nature. Did you run past the Norfolk Wildlife Trust's comments past them?
I'm not sure whether we ran the Norfolk Wildlife Trust comments through the consultation past them, but through the site assessment process, if there would have been recommendations made, we would have incorporated them at that stage.
Okay. It's difficult for me to come to a firm view at this stage, given the lack of information. I'm going to ask for a very brief note from this. If you can, did you have in-house ecology advice either through the county council or within one of the partner authorities?
I believe through the county council.
Okay. And so is it difficult to ask that point to the county council and ask them to review the Norfolk Wildlife Trust rep and respond to it in a paragraph? Is that something you can do easily?
I'm sure we can.
Okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable with the lack of there's not a lot before us. So if that point can be put and a very brief one paragraph response from the county ecologist would be welcome, and perhaps if you could reflect on that in reformulating this policy if there is indeed a requirement. It does see I don't have an awful lot of detail from Norfolk Wildlife Trust. There's no detail from the site promoter. It's not clear how much assessment by ecologists within the county council has been so far. So I think the best we can do probably is ask them to comment and provide a brief response on this point. I don't need any introduction or context, just literally a paragraph or two addressing what we've just discussed and whether there should be a clause in the policy to reflect that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Other detailed points on the policy. Part 4, again, and this kind of echoes what we've discussed before, really. The issue may need to be addressed. I mean, the surface water flood risk areas in this site are very small. It's 1 to 2% of the site, I think. It's in effect very small, presumably the lowest points within the site, which would pond during times of heavy rain. So it is very, very small, such as to be de minimis from my perspective for the sequential test purposes. We're talking 1 or 2% of the site area in tiny dots. But I don't like the policy wording because may need to be addressed is vague and imprecise. I think in rewording this policy, perhaps give some thought to modifying it to have a firmer and more definite requirement along the lines of an assessment of surface water flood risk and any appropriate mitigation shall be provided at application stage. I mean, that's off the top of my head. You might think of something better when you've given some time to mull it over. But I don't think at present it's clear enough, and it's not clear how a development proposal would respond to that. It's too vague. May need to be addressed is in the realms of encourage or optional. It needs to be clearer than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Site HH is the next one. That's HH lettered in the MIQs. It's land west of Foundry Close, Falsham. Is it Falsham?
Yes, it is.
Okay. GNLP ref 0605. Just call it up. Okay. The statement of common ground sets out that there is a ransom strip to access the site, owned by a housing association, as we've already briefly touched on, and that the site owner is in discussions regarding its acquisition. Do you have any updates on progress with that at the current time?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay. As I said before, I think where you have a ransom strip owned by a housing association and there's discussions ongoing, that's a different category from land owned by a householder, which is in effect their garden or driveway. So I don't think it's quite the critical constraint here that it was in the Reedham site. There's an awful lot of representations about this site from local residents, in particular referencing highway constraints. There's relatively narrow state roads leading up to it, and blockages with vehicles parked on the roadside. Can I have a response from the Highway Authority on those issues, please? Thank you.
Certainly, sir. Yes, the access would be via quite small estate roads, but given the quantum of development proposed, 15 dwellings, I don't think the Highway Authority would be unduly concerned.
So from your perspective, the approach roads are adequate to accommodate a development of this size?
Yeah, I think we'd be comfortable with it, yes.
Okay. Are there any residents from close to this site who wish to comment on that point? Because I'm aware it was a matter raised by a number of respondents.
Yeah, Mr. Inspector, it's Richard Linley. I'm representing a few of the members of the village that can't attend, unfortunately. I think the highways point is key, and I think to make a decision, I think you should probably go and look at the access. It would be a single track road down into the access ways. The pavements are lowered and not raised. There's a fork where Foundry Close meets Albury Ricks Close, which would be your access way in. That I have to drive there at the moment. There's no lines or anything. It's kind of a free for all as it is, with cars parked either side of the road. So whether you could even get a truck down there while the cars was parked on the road is your next problem. When you go round the corner, it narrows up again as you get towards where the belt of land would be required to go through into where the development would be. That's one point. The other point is the village is quite tight as well, kind of wider than the access road itself. So on the high street itself is quite tight because Folsham's an old village, and as a consequence of that, you've got no parking for residents. So again, cars are parked either side of the road. Buses and lorries go on pavements as you're walking along there. So it is quite dangerous, if I'm honest with you. And I know this site's been earmarked for a while in terms of different access routes trying to get to it. And it feels like this one's kind of a final stab at trying to get to it, if that makes sense from my perspective. The other point to mention as well is that Folsham really doesn't have very many amenities. I mean, there's no bus stop. There's children that walk from the middle of Folsham up to the main 1065 road, which is an unlit road with no footpath on a 60-mile-an-hour national speed limit road, and children do walk up that way to get to college. So there's a number of considerations there, and I've got a petition. I know I can't present any more evidence, but there's a petition of 84 people who have signed who are quite vociferous and forceful in kind of not approving hopefully the plan doesn't get approved. So I'd say there's 84 objections I've got as a petition. I can provide the evidence at a later date, and apologies I didn't provide in advance. I did speak to Annette, but she said it was too late to submit it. But I've got a petition of 84 people, which I can share if required as well. I won't go on too much because I know you said to keep it brief.
I think the point you raised about me needing to visit the site visit, I think when I was reading the Regulation 19 responses, and there was a number of local residents who made similar comments and who objected to this allocation. It was one of the sites that attracted probably the most comments at this scale. I think it was obvious to me I need to go and see these for myself. There's one thing discussing it in a forum such as this, but myself and Mr. Warden do plan to return to the Greater Norwich area and look at a lot of these sites, particularly the smaller ones we didn't see on our initial visit. You'll understand from our perspective, we focused our first visits on the biggest sites, which went to the heart of the plan, and we left the smaller ones till after the discussions. I do need to see the access routes with the comments from local residents in mind. I know there's also points been made about the hedgerow that crosses the access. Again, I need to see that for myself, really. And both myself and Mr. Warden will do that. Do the Highway Authority or the partnership? Sorry, Mr. Linley.
Just one other point I'd like to raise. In the submission for the site, it says that the land has never been used for anything else, and now I've got it under decent authority from a lot of the residents that have lived there for some time that it has been used for agricultural purposes. It's had sheep grazing on it, and it's been used for hay. So I think that probably needs to be revisited just to make sure that there's no other false messages that are in the submission as well.
Okay, thank you. Does the partnership or the Highway Authority wish to respond to the points that Mr. Linley has raised?
So I think the only thing that I can add is acknowledgement that Forsham is constrained in the centre, quite like many settlements within Norfolk. Looking at the quantum of development proposed 15 dwellings, tricks rates at the moment to estimate development trip generation are currently running about 0.4. So we'd be looking at 6, maybe 7 peak period trips, single vehicle trips coming from the development. So hopefully the impact arising from that wouldn't be regarded as significant.
So that's 6 to 7 vehicle movements in the peak rush hour. That's kind of per hour basis, isn't it?
Yes, that's roughly what Trix is producing at the moment. The trip rate estimating tool.
Okay, and just for your benefit, Mr. Lindley, Trix is a piece of software that highways engineers frequently use to predict trip generation rates from developments. It's a national piece of data and software really that is standardised across the country. Mr. Wilson can probably describe it better than me. As I understand it, it's based on various schemes and developments that are fed into it, and it's drawn down nationally. Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, that's correct, Sarah. It's based on data surveyed from residential and all types of development, categorised. Norfolk do feed into the database also.
What about the point that was raised about Station Road and the fact that it's parked on both sides by residents and there are issues with heavy vehicles?
That's a difficult matter for me to respond to. I think that unfortunately is a common problem across the highway network, and yes, it does cause difficulties, but I don't think that's particularly unusual in this situation.
Okay. Ms. Baker, could you respond to the point about accessibility and services, please? Thank you.
Well, we considered through the site assessment process that obviously Falsham was one of the village clusters, and it was considered that there were sufficient services and facilities to support some small level of development. And obviously the village clusters as well were based on school capacity was one of the indicators, but the school capacity is somewhat constrained, so that did limit development anyway to 12 to 20 dwellings, but we would consider that 15 dwellings is can be supported by the services and facilities in the village.
Okay. A number of objections refer to a proposed expansion of the primary school in order to accommodate development in the village. Is that something which is proposed?
I don't believe there's any plans to expand the primary school at the moment. The school capacity assessment was based on information provided to us by Children's Services, and in that information they rated the capacity as read, but they did comment that the site is not landlocked, so there could be potential for some expansion in the future, but currently the numbers are up to their published admission number, so without expansion they couldn't take on significant numbers of additional children at the current time.
So where would any children from this development go to school?
Can I just quickly
Yes.
come in? I would challenge the fact that the school isn't landlocked, and again, I'd implore you to go and look at the school. I would suggest it is landlocked. I don't know how you would get to it, personally.
Well,
okay. All comments addressed to me, please, rather than to one another. Yes. Ms. Baker, did you wish to respond, or did you wish to come back on something?
Well, as I say, the information we received from Children's Services was that the site is not landlocked, so that's the information that we based our assessment on, and we also were clear in our assessment that even if there is capacity issues at a school, that schools can accommodate the children from 12 to 20 dwellings because the number of children generated by that level of development is minimal.
Okay, and does it operate on a catchment basis, so the nearer to the school you are, the higher in the... I know that's how it works in some parts of the country.
I couldn't say for certain, but I would imagine so. I would imagine that's their admissions criteria.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other comments on this this slide before we move on?
No.
Okay, And just to reassure you, Mr. Linley, I will be visiting this site in the area with Mr. Warden in due course. Okay. Final
Thank
site
you
then.
for all of your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Final site then is referenced II in the MIQs. It's local plan reference GNLP 0188, land adjoining Norwich Road. Solhouse, is it?
Sal House.
Sal House, okay,
Yes.
thank you. Again, give me a second to call it up. Okay. Again, I think insofar as some of the more detailed points have been made about this site, that's best assessed by myself and Mr. Warden during any site visit. In terms of the comments for today, I've just got one comment with regards to the policy wording. And it relates to point 3. So obviously the first sentence says development would need to be sensitively designed to reflect the location, which is fine. But the second part of that clause says properties would need to be of a modest scale, in brackets, possibly semi-detached, setback from the road with limited access points. I think firstly there's a very high degree of specificity there. But well, I say that it's not clear to me what modest scale means. Possibly semi-detached. Well, that again isn't a requirement. It certainly doesn't read as a requirement. You couldn't use that policy wording to refuse a scheme that wasn't semi-detached properties. And so I think there's an issue with vagueness in the wording there. Does it need to specify things like setback from the road with limited access points? And what does limited access points mean? Because obviously every dwelling will require its own access point. So I think that second sentence, there's 3 or 4 places where there's a lack of clarity, such that it would be difficult for a development proposal to respond, or it'd be unclear how a development proposal should respond to that clause. I'm happy to take a comment from the partnership on that point.
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to look at this policy requirement again and try and clarify the wording a little. The wording came from the discussions that we had with the Senior Heritage and Design Officer from South Norfolk and Borderland Council. He felt that this development did need to be sensitively designed, and those were the sort of requirements that he came up with through the conversations that we had with him, which is why we put those into the policy. But as I say, we'd be happy to have another look at it.
Number of points. It might just be that you need the first sentence, but it might be that there's something more specific you want to take from the comments. It is quite clearly taken from the comments they provided in the site assessment booklets, that wording. But again, the test is, I think it's paragraph 16 of the framework. Just double check my reference before I say that. There's certainly a point about policies needing to be clear, such that it was paragraph 16. There's a relief. So paragraph 16F, it says at the top, plans should, and point F says serve a clear purpose. No, that's the wrong point. Sorry, it's point D. 16D, contain policies that are clearly written and unambiguous, so it is evident how a decision maker should react to development proposals. And so that's the concern. I don't think that second sentence meets para 16D. First sentence is fine. It's whether you wish to refine the second sentence. And again, I'd be happy to have sight of any early draft if that's helpful to you.
Yes, thank you, sir. We'll take that away and have a look at it.
Okay. Are there any final comments on site GNLP 0188 before we move on?
No, I haven't got any.
Okay. In which case, we've concluded the sites in the village clusters. If I check my queue list. That's matter 10 concluded now, isn't it? Okay, so matter 10 is concluded. We have 4 issues to discuss tomorrow morning. It's unlikely to be a lengthy discussion. But yeah, for now, the hearing sessions are closed. Thank you to all those who've attended today, and thank you for your participation and contributions. We return tomorrow at 9:30. The hearing is adjourned. Thank you.